welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream post-game show. I'm Brandon. Thank you for watching me. Well, last week we were in the lowest of lows, the dumpest of dumpiest. All of us, many in Hawkland, even the most positive, seem to be right on that ledge, right on that cliff's edge, if you will, about to fall over the other side. Even the most stringent bandwagoners. So now we come this week and it's all turned around. We just blew the Jets out. Much like Lazarus coming back to life with a mighty phoenix as it's in its ashen form, now rising to flight back into the skies. The Seahawks have returned, and I come to you now, as it was said in the Lord of the Rings, at the turning of the tide. Not really, no. Most of the stuff still from last week still does apply. We've got a lot still to definitely get into in this game. It was a fantastic step in the right direction. I would say that this offensively was a little bit like what we saw with the defense right around midseason this year, where I said you don't just turn things on its ear. It's not a matter of one or two guys comes into the lineup and suddenly, like magic, you're something new. You're something completely different from what you had been. To get improvement, to move off of the league worst defense, was going to take incremental improvement to arrive there. It was going to take a few games. It was going to take you stacking together a quarter and then a half and then a game. And that's what we've seen the Seahawks defense do, as they now seem to be performing at their best level of all season. 3 points, and they had 3 interceptions that they could have had. We'll get right here to the chat in just a second. But offensively, it's much the same way. The problems that exist offensively right now exist out of bad habits, exist out of the endless fascination with the deep ball. These type of things, the really leaving the running game completely at times, just wholly abandoning it. And, of course, not embracing what we'll touch on really in particular today, which is going to be the short passing game. This is an incremental step where they stuck with the short passing game, unlike what we've seen at times this year, where in Atlanta it was only for a half. At other times in like a Cardinal game, you saw them do it for, it seemed like, about 2.5 quarters, and then they just completely stopped and fell in love with the deep ball. There's been a few games like this, like that. This game, from start to finish, they embraced the short passing game. They stopped with everything having to be down the football field 30, 45, 50 yards and just took what the defense was giving them. And there were holes to be had there in the defense. This is a bad defensive team. This is a bad team. That's one of the reasons why we can't take a lot out of this win. And I'm not going to get too behind on the chat here off the jump, but this is why we can't take too much out of it, but it's an incremental step by our Seahawks in the right direction for what we wanted to see. They can stack performances like this up through the rest of the season where they're integrating the short passing game. They're then still continuing to work the running game in. I'd like to move off I don't know why it has to either be 50-50 or Russell's throwing 40 attempts a game. It doesn't seem like they can sometimes find the money spot there. But with that said, this is a step in the right direction of that. You also have to acknowledge, though, the Jets are not the Giants. The Jets team this is a historically bad team that we're watching right now. This is a team that's probably going to not get one single victory this season, making them, the third team ever in NFL history to run down this pathway. So how much do you want to really take in stock of a win like that at home, beating the socks off them? Nonetheless, we haven't done this to a lesser opponent really this season from start to finish like we did today. Great to see. Let's jump into the chat and see what you guys got to say about this. F13X, Jordan, what is up? You were the first, man. Nas, how you doing? D Nugget, hello. Nathaniel Parks. So we got a couple of extra mods in here today. We may be adding more if we need, guys, but I'm hoping I more than doubled my mod count here last week. I hope we don't get too many trolls in here. I don't think we're going to get a lot of Jets fans pumping their chest this week like the Giants fans were last week. Gino, how you doing? Sheesh, our pass rush is so bad without Dunlap. Yeah, it's not great. It was okay today. I didn't have a problem defensively. You can't pick anything apart with the defense today when you hold them to 3 points and you don't really give up any big plays, and you could have 3 interceptions. Normally, at least you're going to probably pick one of those, if not all 3. So it could have even been an even better performance off 3 points. But he certainly adds a lot to that pass rush. B. Ross says, it's about time. Kidding. Glad you're doing a stream tonight, bro. Yeah, my bad, man. I'm always it's the post late game show. You know what I mean? D Nugget, why do you have a wrench? You have a wrench, D Nugget, because you are now a mod. What's up, Emmett? We took care of the Biz versus the Chumps. Well done. Hopefully we build on this. That's what we're looking for here, is to build on this. Nas, we got to remember it was the Jets. That's what we do have to remember. And I acknowledge that 100% here. I'm not going to take back everything of what I said last week. They instituted things I was asking for last week, and specifically going back and at least committing a little bit more to the run and the short passing game specifically. And they really embraced that today all the way around. They wrapped their arms around it, as they say. It's great to see. B. Russ, what's with our Butterfinger defense? It was drop central tonight. I don't know. They weren't a lot of real difficult catches either, were they? A lot of right there in the body throws. Maybe Sam Darnold was putting a lot of mustard on those passes, but they've got to make those catches. They got to make those picks at those times. And to my eyes, they had a nice mix of the blitz game. They didn't seem to over blitz in this game. Probably going to be an understated thing that doesn't get talked about a lot, but they seem to be a little bit more, back less away from that 60-70% slip blitz you sometimes see, and more into just they're still blitzing at a high rate, but you just don't quite know when it's coming, and they're getting better at it. The players have improved in specifically how they disguise the blitzes. That was something that was very rough to start out the season, that things are starting to pick up with that. But it feels good. Nathaniel, how you doing? We just need to keep building on this, he says. Naz, I wouldn't be worried about the drops, just a few miscues. I'm not worried about it. FU, what's up, man? Missed your last stream. Couldn't handle that loss. FU, I don't blame you. I know there was a lot of Seahawks fans that reached out to me on Twitter and on in the YouTube comment section talking about how they were licking their wounds, and I understand completely. I was doing it as well. Spud, Homer, did Shell get hurt again, or were we just resting him due to the lead? It sounds like he was in and out, dealing with the ankle thing, and he's fighting through it sounds like. Probably, frankly, he came back a little early than you would expect from this type of injury, which is probably the dreaded high ankle sprain, 4 to 6 weeker, and I think he was only 2 weeks in. So it's going to be something that probably kind of lingers in there a little bit for him. With that said, once they got into the third quarter, there was no way if he was even on Carroll went right down the list and said anybody who's got anything even dinged is out this game, much less injured. So hard to say on that necessarily, but very much they would have taken him out to at least the fourth quarter because they had the game in the bag. Emmett Brown says, DK is still concerning me. That camera celebration is definitely T.O.-ish. I'm okay with it, Emmett, man. If he gives us the kind of production he's given us this year, if he's shown the fight and will that he's shown on the football field this year, I'm okay with it. I don't see the T.O. thing. I just don't. I see a modern-day NFL player which has a lot of T.O. in them naturally. I mean, T.O. is a guy that paved the way for this Me Too diva receiver. He really did. And certainly the modern receivers have taken a page out of that book. With that said, I don't think wholeheartedly that he's becoming, necessarily that. Gino says, Geno Smith. Gino did your name wrong, man. He did not look ready to go out there and throw. One of the reasons that I've really advocated for the backup quarterback position to be more of like what you'd get with the early days of Taysom Hill, for instance. Not much of a passer. You got to keep everything really heavily scripted, but he's going to get you through a few games if Russell happens to go down, if you can get Russell back at some point in the year. Hard to get a backup that's legit, that's going to really help you still go out there and compete. 283, happy birthday, DK. Happy birthday, DK. Jose, how you doing, Jose? My man Rodriguez. Jason McEward, what's up, 12s? Finally, we got a game where there wasn't one score and pull our hairs out all game long. It was nice to put a whooping on the Jets. I agree. Felt very good to just kind of ease out. You knew this was hard-pressed to see them not atoning for last week, coming off of it being last week, and the players being fully aware that they crapped the bed on that one. So I wasn't shocked to see them do it this week, but it's very good to see nonetheless. Tanner Stone, how you doing? Go Hawks, he says. Derek says, Steelers getting exposed. Well, it's the momentum game. I've mentioned this a couple of times. You do literally have football into four quarter season points. And teams start out that are really good, and then they start to kind of fall off because they'll peak too early. And then you'll have teams that kind of build up to peaking and getting just at the right time. Once playoff time hits, they're ready to roll. And then you have a lot of mix of in between. I would argue, for instance, the Ravens might have I know they lost out the gate to the Chiefs early on in the season, but they were really, I think, playing at their best level through those first couple of games, and they've started to kind of peter off a little bit. You could kind of make the argument here that maybe the Steelers are heading a little bit down a similar trek. And I did argue last week, it was something I pointed to, is that the Bud Dupree injury is going to hurt things. He's a part of what makes that defense work. I know Watt is the guy that's got the sacks and the numbers to a degree, and Bud's numbers are good, But Bud does a lot of the dirty work as well, setting the edge and whatnot. So they're going to miss him being out the whole year. That was a big blow. I think they lost the middle linebacker too, Bush. I'm not sure on that one, though. Luke Scarlett says, finally a blowout. I'm glad you guys are liking that blowout. Nas says, Rams game's going to be huge. It's going to be very huge, Nas. I mean, it's the difference in that game probably. There's an outside chance that it could be for a first-round bye. But there is basically the game is for the opportunity at that point to have a home field first-round game to set things up, to start things out. You're probably not going to get the bye, but you at least like to get one home field game if you can. Seattle's played better than they have. There was the one game against the Giants they haven't. Every other game they played well there, even without the fans this year. I'll lean back into that and historically how we played there to think that we'd like to at least get one game there if possible. It still makes it hard to get to the Super Bowl, having to win 2 more times on the road, especially going into Lambeau, especially maybe going into the Superdome. But wait, there's a fighting chance. There's a chance here. There's a fighting chance. Nathaniel Parks, are we good or just that bad? Nathaniel, the Jets are bad. The Jets are really bad. Again, as I had mentioned, you've only got 3 teams in NFL history that are going to go completely winless throughout a whole year. That says that one time or another you're going to luck your way into a win. And for them not to have to be one of those, potentially be one of those 3 teams as they look like they're on that ascent while they're playing in the bad division that is this year the AFC East, which is just probably behind the NFC East as far as the worst division in football. That being the case, this is not a good team. It's not a good team, and you didn't necessarily fix the things of what happened last week. This wasn't a team that's as good at blitzing as the Giants were even last week, and the Giants aren't even a very good blitzing team throughout most of the year. It's just that the Jets, who are a heavy blitzing team, are just kind of in disarray, and they don't have honestly, they just don't have the dogs to make that defense work. That's frankly what it is. Like, they need a couple of outside corners that can lock guys down. They don't got it. Their guys are getting put on an island, and there's not much they can do. They're trying to protect against the deep ball now a lot, which is what opened up all that underneath stuff for us in the short passing game. FU says, yeah, DK is definitely becoming a diva with his fights and celebration. Hopefully he doesn't pull a TO or an AB. Maybe, guys, I don't know. We'll have to watch on that one. Brandon Taylor says, last week was a humbling reminder that anybody can win on any given week. This week is such a humbling reminder that we are lucky to have such a great franchise and a quarterback. We are very lucky to be able to be a consistent winner, Brandon, and when you beat up on one of these teams like the Jets that are one of the misrun organizations in the NFL, they're one of they've been the sort of the willing doormat to the New England Patriots for 20 years through that division, through their mismanagement, through their bad coaching hires. You do have to appreciate when you've had ownership that understands what it is going to take to win, how to get there, what the process is, that you've got to do certain things, certain boxes have to be checked. I appreciate it from that angle of things. I don't think, though, Brandon, that last week was a win of an any given Sunday, any given team can beat you. I think that Seahawks had something that was exposed that went beyond just last week and how it was exposed. They made a monumental shift this week to address the problems that are displaying themselves last week, but those problems have been going back even all the way to the Buffalo Bill game. It's a run of 4 or 5 games there where you were seeing similar stuff going on, specifically falling in love with throwing the deep ball, trying to look for the chunk plays, not finding an outlet pass or a short pass underneath, 3-step drop, ball out of the hand, this type of stuff. Just not seen it enough. So they changed it off this week, but those problems continue to come up, and that's something that's got to be fixed because we need this offense to be dynamite in the playoffs, especially if they've got to go on the road to overcome some of the good offenses we're going to play who are going to be able to chop up this defense come playoff time. We can dive more into the details of that, but Emmett Brown says, seeing New Orleans lose only pisses me off even more about last week. I know, you just shake your head, Emmett. You do. I sit here and I just shake your head. You should have every right to just win out. You've had a couple games you shouldn't have probably lost this year that you should have won. It's annoying. It's annoying. Ahmad, how you doing, Ahmad? My new moderator. Derek says, B-Russ, the tiebreaker actually makes it where we have to win out and the Saints and Packers have to lose at least one NFC team. They both the Panthers, so we need to be Panther fans. So essentially, Derek's saying that the Panthers beat both of those teams. Boy, that's a tall task for those Carolina Panthers. They're not looking, as we're talking about, teams playing at their best level. They don't seem to be playing at their best level right now. But hard to see it happening. But hey, the NFL's a crazy place. Crazy things do happen and do occur. Emmett Brown, you make a great point here. I was going to mention this on the live stream, but Emmett says Shaq got away with some PIs. We ain't getting those calls versus Green Bay. Fantastic insight, Emmett. This is a place where you want to be the smart fan versus the fan that's just sort of watching with your mouth hanging open, hang dog style, just not taking really anything in. Both of those two plays to me that Shaq had down on the corner on the deep throws against him really were pass interference penalties. He's making contact. He's not looking back at the ball. And at the very last second, he's essentially swiping his arm. He's doing an arm swipe motion, which is, that's savvy. That's smart. It's enough to make the official in that moment go, okay, I'm not going to call the flag here. He's actually going for the ball. There's just having some hand fighting. But when you get into playoff time and it's going to be Devontae Adams, the kid in New Orleans. I mean, you're not going to get away with that. Not when it's on the big stage. Not when I don't think you're going to get the benefit of those calls. And Shaq's been up and down a bit this season, and he was all right today. But I don't want anybody to necessarily sit up and praise his performance today, because he could have easily had two big pass interference penalty calls that would have added about 70, 80 yards to what he had given up overall in total. Decaf, Metcalf's burner. You're making me bend my tongue on that one. This was a good game overall. We need to continue to stop the run and keep up the balance on offense in the intermediate pass game. Agreed. I think just keep building on it. Emmett says, Shaq, Ahmad says, what are the scenarios we win the NFC? So I think, as someone said, what Derek said, essentially what we need to see happen here is Seahawks win out, of course. But then we're going to need the Saints or the Packers to lose to an NFC team for the tiebreaker reasons. Where if we get lined up, we've got to have a better NFC record than those two teams in order for us to get the first seed. So they're going to both need to lose another game. TLGA Kevin, yo, what's up, my guy? FU says Russ should have stayed in. Pat and A-Rod would have stayed in to pump them stats. No, I don't. Russ has taken a beating this year. If I can get a game where I can take him off for a whole quarter of the football field and let him rest, I'm happy to do that. I'm sure his body could use it, and there's no reason to put him in serious harm to pad stats. Jose says we just need to remember to run the damn ball. And it's okay to settle for singles and doubles and not just try to hit home runs with the deep ball. I agree. Couldn't say I couldn't agree more, Jose. We've touched on it. I think all of us has touched on it. I know you've touched on it. It's a thing you saw them do today right from the start of the game. They went, okay, we got to commit to the short passing game. Let's commit to it. And what does that mean? That's what I said. You got three different types of drops basically in football for a quarterback: the 3-step drop, the 5-step drop, the 7-step drop. Too much of what Seattle's doing is essentially the equivalent of the 7-step drop, which are longer developing routes up the football field, but actually get you a higher level of success when they're completed. They're good. Everyone loves them. We heard last week at the press conference, I'm sure it was disconcerting for you guys to hear it as well, when Carroll said, boy, we just didn't slide out of we were in love with just trying to get the chunk play, and we should have adjusted a little sooner, I guess. We just should have, and it's so infuriating because you could see after the first quarter that they were looking to take away the chunk plays. I didn't need to see the all 22 film to know that what the Giants were doing there to allow for them to essentially get these same kind of easy completions we saw in this game. That's the part where, to me, the talent difference wouldn't matter between the Giants and the Jets necessarily in this game. Maybe in the Giants game we only put up 24 points against them, but you should put up 24 points against them attacking the weakness of where their defense is at, which we just didn't do last week. We kept throwing it into the teeth of the defense, into the big jaws, into the 2.5-inch incisors. We kept going into those and just getting. They adjusted this week, though. That was good to see, Jose. Hopefully they stick with it. That's why I say it's an incremental step forward. Nathaniel says we should have let Geno cook. Blacklock. What's up, Blacklock? Winning the games you're supposed to win and putting teams away is a sign of a good team. I agree, Blacklock, and there is no doubt with it. I would say this is a good team. I would also say, though, within the last few years, we've been a good team. Probably the last 5 years, at least 4 of the last 5 years, we've been a good team. We want to be a great team, though. And this is a step in that direction. They're not arrived there yet. And there is a little bit of time to get to this path. And you can get there's time here to get hot, and we've got reinforcements coming. Penny's coming. Josh Gordon's coming. There's reason to maybe think this thing can kind of start to elevate. But the components by which this comes together from my standpoint, how I believe here is that your defense guy has gotten itself now into that middle of the road / maybe even a little bit better than that area of things that we were asking for off of their league worst start, off of their record-setting pace. They've gotten off that. Now the offense has fallen off their historic pace, and we don't need to be on a historic pace. We just need to be one of the top 5 offenses in the NFL, top 3 offenses in the NFL. Put those combinations together with your special teams playing one of the best in the league, all those things kind of coming in. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now you've got a team that can be contending for Super Bowls. You can, but you can't. That offense has got to be, it can't just be middle of the road. It can't be below league average. It's got to be elite. That's the way this has been all designed. All right, I'll get through my chat here. I'm sorry, I'm a little late here. Splash and skills, we won by a mile at last. By the way, THT on the Lakers show, oh my G. I don't know what THT, I'm not old with splash and skills. I don't know all your young vernacular, THT, BLT, DLT, MLTL, PL, PLP. B-Russ, we got to see what our offensive line is like with Geno, Dallas, Moore, and Parkinson as the starters. It was rough. Yeah, I mean, it was, you're not going to ever get, hopefully, devastated that badly by injuries, B-Russ, but any team that you're putting in that many backups, especially at that point in the game when you're up and you've won the game, like, players aren't necessarily what the just natural human tendency is. You're going to pull off the stick a little bit, lean off the gas pedal just a bit. So I wouldn't take anything. It was cool to see Parkinson, though. This kid was a string bean back at Stanford. I mean, just long and lean. Guy looked a little yoked to me. I don't know about you folks, but that was nice to see because there's a lot of wonder here between whether he'd get out to the wide receiver group or if he'd be able to slide into the tight end spot because he played a little bit of both there in college, and he's probably ideally the H-back, the joker role in our offense, which is essentially the move tight end, the Jacob Hollister role. And he looked pretty good to me. Made a catch, looked solid to me. I didn't see him in the blocking game, and that's the part that's probably the key with him, B-Russ, because he did struggle a little bit with that in college. He's a willing blocker, but he's a little bit like Jimmy Graham, where he just doesn't have a lot of sand in the pants to anchor down. Now, as I was really hoping they'd leave Russ in to pad his stats, but that'd be foolish. It would be foolish. Hello, Clara. She says, hello from the NYC. Nice win, but we're not out of the woods. Washington is playing well. We better be on our best to win down the stretch. Agreed, Clara. There's no doubt about it that Washington is going to be a tough foe to deal with. Their defense is playing fast. Their front four is legit, just as legit as we thought that it might be at the start of the season. It's every bit that and maybe more. And they are playing for the division. They're playing to get into the playoffs. They're playing for a home playoff game. So this is not going to be an easy peasy situation. Key, though, with this game is going to be continuing on with this theme of embrace the short passing game. The pass rush is going to get to you there if you hold on to the ball in those 7-step drops. Russell sits back there and pads the ball and then tries to get out the back door of the pocket. No. That's not going to work here against Washington. Get to that back foot, let her rip. Take a couple deep shots in the game, but don't fall in love with the damn thing, you know? Don't fall in love with her, for God's sake. Have her over a few times, but don't put a ring on her finger. Decaf, we have to be able to run and throw quickly and short like we did in order to win against the football team. I'm glad you do agree, Decaf, because they will get after us, and against the Rams, the game is for the division. Agreed. It should be just work this into this until you see a defense adjust to you and start to try to take away those short routes, and then the second you do it, adjust on the fly, go deep, and take your shots then. That's how this works. They push, you pull. B-Russ, anybody else terrified by that Washington front seven? I'm not terrified, but I'm concerned. I'm not disappointed. I'm just concerned. Geno, Snacks hasn't been doing much, but I don't think he's been playing many snaps. I would say contraire, mon frère. Contraire, mon frère. Geno, look at the stat column, man. My guy put up 6 tackles this game. When you're one tech on the defensive line is putting up 6 tackles over the course of the game, and you've only given up 3 points, he's done pretty good. Ahmad, who else thinks we should be throwing more screen passes to Metcalf? I don't know if as much on that, Ahmad. There's a going theory out there that those screen passes, because you have those guys screaming up, especially in the case of a guy playing off on decaf. Look what you've done to me. On DK, most of the time those guys are going to play off coverage, right? 7, 8, 9 yards off the ball. And so when you have it, it looks good to then throw him a screen, and certainly he can break that tackle and go for 12, 13, 14 yards, and it goes for a good play. The downside of the potential of that kind of play is that the guy comes screaming up because he's got 9 yards to build up that kind of speed. And how are you going to tackle DK Metcalf? You're going to go high, or you're going to go for those knees. And that's how you get ACLs torn. That's how ACLs get popped and blown out. And I would prefer with DK to continue to utilize them utilizing him. They're taking every other kind of route in the game to do that. You've got guys like David Moore and Lockett who are relatively good in the screen game on their own. I would prefer to go that direction with it as opposed to asking DK to do it. Some of this is I want to see. I'm not trying to be too protective of DK, but I just feel like we got to get guys in the roles. And you got guys that could probably do it just about as good as he could. Maybe not as good, but at least reasonably similar. Nathaniel says this was the largest win in Pete Carroll era. Nope, that's incorrect, Nathaniel. Go back to 2002. I think we had 55-0 on the Cardinals. D Nugget, I like the mix is okay. I like the mix is okay. Calls early on, short, quick passes, running and sweeps. It's good. It's a good recipe. It works well with this team. DKF says this was a good start to the final quarter of the year. Hopefully we can win out, which is pretty possible, which will carry lots of momentum into the postseason. 100% agree. 100% agree. And if you can do it with this, if you can apply a formula here, right? If you can apply this new formula of embrace the short passing game, balance the run, take a monochrome of deep shots, take a few here, a few there, but don't consistently just sit there and look for it all the time. And if that's to me the recipe. If they can just stick into that, stay in that kind of box just a little bit, I think they can be really successful with it. Clara says Washington beat 49ers and Eagles beat the brakes off the Saints with rookie quarterback Jalen Hurts. It's very true, Clara, but let's also remember now they've gotten some film on Taysom Hill. This is a guy that hadn't played a lot of snaps as a starter prior to getting these snaps as a starter right here. And he's played a couple games prior to this game against not as good opponents, not opponents with the same front four that the Eagles bring out there. And I think that he went up against a team that's a lot tougher that was able to expose some of his deficiencies as I think as a passer and as a quarterback. And so I don't know if it was as much Jalen Hurts was the reason for that, what they put up at the end of the game, 20-some points or whatever. But certainly at least Hurts wasn't going to make the bad play. He wasn't going to do the poor, horrific mistake that Wentz is always seemingly accustomed to making now almost every game, multiple times a game. He has more throws, turnover-worthy throws in the NFL by a mile, and that's just his hero ball at play, just a little bit of kind of some of what we see with Russell sometimes, where it's just not just taking what the defense gives you, not just trusting your reads and going with that, starting to fall back into the backyard football and everything. What's up, Randall? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Space, slow-mo. Yeah, Space, so last week the chat went out of control. I don't know what happened, you guys. We usually do like 5,000 views on a thing. After I finished the stream last week, we were at like 13,000. I think I had half of the Bronx in my chat. So we tried to up the moderators here today, and I've turned on slow mode to hopefully keep the trolls at bay, because it's maybe one of the downsides as we get bigger. I'm sorry, folks, is that we're getting bigger now, and we're going to start to attract some of the sharks in the waters out there who want to make our show just less than the fun that we tend to have on it. VHawk78 says great. 43 win, looking like former Wilson from weeks 1 through 7, but I only watched the first half because during halftime I fractured my wrist. Ow. Well, I hope to God it wasn't a spiral fracture, VHawk, and I hope you recover from that very quickly. I broke my hand once, and that one was kind of rough. It took a while for it to really fully feel right. So stay in that cast, take care of that really good. Don't try to do it too early. I talked him out of the surgery and cast, and that might have been a mistake. Ahmad says, who do I think will win the number 1 seed in the NFC? I think Breeze is going to struggle to come back too early right now and get them to perform at a great level. I think that team is probably going to lose another game. I don't know where it's going to be against, but they're going to probably lose another game. I don't necessarily see the Packers with their schedule and how it plays out for the rest of the year losing another game. I don't necessarily see that. My gut right now is saying the Packers, that the road to the Super Bowl is going to go through Lambeau Field. Eric Simmons, I think the Seahawks defense played really well today. What do you think? I think the defense played outstanding today. Beyond really well. Outstanding, Eric. Outstanding. And I've been a detractor of this defense for most of the year. But what I've seen, and I'm hoping you guys are seeing the same thing, is the building. You started to see the little shimmers of it, the little flickers of it, right? In the Rams game. First half of the Rams game looked like pretty much every other game this year. Just getting railroaded. Just getting great Northern American railroaded, cross-continent railroaded, okay? And then second half of the Ram game, you turned it around, completely turned it around, shut them down, held them to like 13 yards of total offense or some, I'm pulling that out of my ass, but you held them for like not very much yards through the second half. And we've seen, while they haven't been perfect throughout the stretch of games beyond that, they've still been pretty darn consistent, and I would argue that even last week for the failure that some people wanted to put on them, where the Giants were able to start to bust off some of these big runs and the defense was looking a little big gassed, I pointed to and still believe that you can point back to the offense on that. Because I've seen time and time again with very good defenses, with elite defenses, they can handle the 3 and outs from the offense through the first quarter. They can handle the 3 and outs to the offense for the second quarter. They can handle the 3 and outs for the offense through about 3.5 quarters. Right about the end of the third quarter, they start getting tired because they keep having to come out in the field and just keep having to come up and show out, and the game's so close and so down. So I think that we have a reason to be excited about him, and we didn't even have Dunlap out there today, folks. Probably our best performing defensive lineman on this team this year, for the small amount of games he's played, wasn't on the football field. And I know they rested him because they knew they had this game in the bag, and he probably could have played if he wanted to. So very nice to see. Nice to see. Randall McDaniel, my top donator extraordinaire. I salute you, sir. $20 donation, big fat donation. Thank you so much, Randall. He says, don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks. I appreciate you, Randall. You know that, man. Thank you so much. Anthony says, dope thumbnail. Thank you, man. That's why I was a little late today. I spent a little bit too much time on my thumbnail, folks. Sorry. I had this thought in my mind as I was watching the game, and it just stuck with me, and I had to do it. I just had to do it. D. Nugget says, what are the other two teams with 0 wins? So you have Detroit Lions did it, and I think the Cleveland Browns did it. I think the Detroit Lions was back in 2000. Oh, my God, you're testing me. It's like Jeopardy. What is 2007? I can't see on the Browns. Wasn't the Browns one pretty recent, too? I want to say the Browns one was like 2004 or something. I'm off. Somebody's going to correct me. Somebody's already Googling over there. But those were the two teams I'm going to guess. Final answer. Oh, hey, I was right. Nice. Thank you, Randall. Randall's got it. Randall's always got the info. Space, how do I change the setting? How do you change what setting, Space? Please elaborate. Oh, sir. Fatty Boy, how you doing? Fatty Boy, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm not completely over last week's loss as far as thinking this thing's been completely moved. I'm not going to be one of those fans here that suddenly bounces back over the top over something that we got to. I ask you guys all the time to be intelligent about how you think about things, and we got to be that way in this win. But with that said, feel good about it. Feel great about it. You took care of business. When you do that, even with it's a lesser opponent, an 0-12 opponent, whatever, still feel good about it. NFL's hard. This is a league of parity, even with your 0-12 teams. Talent level is very close. So there's reason to feel pretty good. Then welcome on in the chat, Fatty. What happened to the Seahawks? How you doing? What happened? Randall says, what's worse, our loss to the Giants, Steelers' loss to Washington, football team, Nola's loss to Philly today? And maybe I'm being a homer with this, Randall, but I would argue our loss was the worst out of those. When you look at the Steelers, they had gone undefeated throughout the year. I just mentioned about there only being 2 teams that have gone through a whole season not winning a football game. Well, there's only one team that's ever gone undefeated, the 1972 Miami Dolphins. So going undefeated is really hard. One week or another, you're not going to show up. One week or another, you're going to get a couple of injuries stack up, like happened with Devin Bush and I don't know if it's Devin Bush. What's their middle linebacker they drafted top 5 last year? Their middle linebacker, I think, tore his ACL, and Bud Dupree, I think, tore his ACL. So you lost 2 really important front 7 guys out of there. And then the next week you play and you lose against Washington, and everybody's like, oh, my God, they're exposed. Well, are they exposed? Or they just had 2 really big losses playing on a short week, et cetera, et cetera. And likewise, I would say the NOLA loss today, you don't have Drew Brees in there. I know they've played undefeated football without Drew Brees over the last 2 years between Teddy Bridgewater and Taysom Hill. But like I said earlier, Taysom Hill didn't have a lot of footage on him. They didn't have a lot of tape on how he played the quarterback position or how they call games with him at the quarterback position. Now, opposing defenses are going to start to take away some of Taysom's stuff in order to squeeze him into the things he's not going to want to do. And then how do the New Orleans Saints adjust on that? How does Sean Payton, and does that expose the limitations of Taysom Hill's game at that point? They're going to be at their best when Drew Brees comes back, regardless of that 8-0 record or 8-1 record that they've had over the last couple of years. Ours is worse, though. Obi-Wan, is CMC coming back? He's our only hope. CMC. Who's CMC? Decaf, it's basically impossible. Imagine if the Rams would lose to the Jets next week. That would be crazy. Well, it would be crazy, but you know, you never know, Decaf. You know, you do never know. And the ball bounces oddly in a given week, given game, strange things happen. That's why they play the games. Mindy V, how you doing, Mindy V? It's always good to see you in the chat. Anthony Garcia, Shaq needs to turn his head to make a play. He does, Anthony, I think, but I would also say while he needs to do it, it's something you'll never see. I've always made the comparison. People are probably tired of me making it. It's a lot like Marcus Trufant. They are very different players in the type of. They both played outside corner, but they play it very differently. Marcus being a lot more probably quicker, maybe Shaq being maybe a little more faster. But they're very. You could make the argument Marcus probably pretty close on the speed front too with him, where they both are exactly the same, and where Larry Fitzgerald just about single-handedly ended Marcus Trufant's career on his own, was their inability to turn their head around, find the ball, locate the ball, touch the ball. You know, you'll see, even with Shaq, sometimes he'll do the move of he'll wait till the receiver catches the ball, and then he'll reach into the hands and then try to pull it out. And he's actually fairly adept at it, but it's not traditional cornerback play. And it's some of the reason that I pointed to with Shaq why you don't want to look at really putting him on an extension that he's probably going to be paid on the open market, because you're going to find yourself with a player who very well could give you below league average performance while being paid at nearly $10 million plus per season. Nathaniel says Shaq is just making the DJ Reed signing look better each week. He is, Nathaniel. I would say that we can get into some of the geekiness of this if you want, Nathaniel, but some of this goes to, of course, the zone scheme itself. This is also why you don't pay cornerbacks in our scheme, where you ideally, it's like the running back position, should just try to stack up guys that fit the physical profile of what you're looking for. Long, tall, able to tackle, kind of this kind of model that you have, because of the fact they don't play as much man as other teams. They ideally want to play as much zone as anybody else in the NFL, so you don't need to have the man-on-man sticky corner, the guy that's going to be in the back pocket. You don't need that guy. It's not as necessary at that point. So you can get by with a DJ Reed who's out on the street and just suddenly pluck him up. You can find those kind of guys at that point if you embrace it, and I think that Seattle probably will. I mean, as evidenced by the fact they haven't given Shaq an extension as of yet. They could have, but they haven't. Space says, go Hawks. B. Russ, who else is sick of Shaq? Like, is dude celebrating after committing PIs as if he did something? He did 3 separate dances after he committed pass interference. And I almost was like, man, you're going to make the officials are already sitting there thinking, man, should I have called pass? Should I have pulled my flag? Like, he's probably got his hand on it thinking. And he's like, nah, I won't. And then he watches Shaq do his first dance, and he's like, that son of a bitch. And then Shaq does his second little dance after a couple steps, and then he's like, oh, is it too late? Is it too? And the referee's looking like, you can't do this now. And then he does his third dance. He must have been like, the other official came over and held the guy's hand in his pocket. You can't do it yet. It'll look bad. It'll look bad. But come on, dude. You got away with one. I'll give you 1 dance for pass interference. I ain't giving you 3 dances. That's too many. Shaq. I'm glad you guys agree on Shaq being overrated, FU. I think he is too. Nathaniel says Shaq's going to get what's coming to him, $12 million by a lazy general manager. Well said. That's the key with it, is that somebody on the market will inexplicably end up giving him that money. And I think 12 million is right on point, Nathaniel. I think that's like bullseye. Because some dumb general manager is going to be, we play zone and we like zone corners. And he's been a Pro Bowler before. He was a Pro Bowler last year, and like he's maybe gotten better if you look at it. Yeah, somebody will do it. Somebody will. Jose says, what needs to happen for us to clinch a playoff spot? Jose, I'm not entirely sure on that yet. I will dig a little deeper on that throughout this week. I'm sorry. I will say this, when you're looking at the team behind the Cardinals, for instance, right now, Jose, on the pecking order of things, it seems there's almost a 2-game difference between the last playoff spot as it currently stands in the NFC and then that team that's on the back end of it. So there seems to be some room for error here to at least get into the playoffs. But I would say that we're probably pretty close. We might even be just a game away here because of that, for that very reason here, if certain things break a certain way. Decaf says we win and the Cardinals lose next week. Okay, so that's what it takes. It's very doable. Very doable. D-Nugget says, kind of missed the chaos of 450 people in the chat like last week, but we got a good group here. Yeah, I think so. I think they were drowning out you guys in the chat. And how much did we really need to hear? Jets rule, Giants rule. We're going to go to the Super Bowl now, and we're going to go to the Super Bowl. And it's weird. We don't have any Giants fans in here in the chat acknowledging the fact I told them that to back off and take a chill pill and that you guys are what you are. Instead, like, no, just all I hear is dead silence. Randall says, do you think David Moore was pissed when he realized he's not good enough to take the rest of the game off like DK and Tyler? I don't know. Somebody was mentioning maybe David was working through an injury last week. Again, this week he had another he's not allowed to drops. He just always seems to have one moment every week now where you're like, what is he doing? Like, where's David Moore's head at? And he's wide open down the field. Russ puts a just perfect crystalline pass in there to him. Just shink. And it couldn't have been an easier catch. He's got separation, used his speed, brilliant play, drops the ball. One of those things with David where it's just he's as good as he played to start the season out, he's definitely kind of faltered. And that's kind of what we saw in David at its best, is he seems to be kind of a streaky player at the wide receiver position. B-Russ says, I'm excited to see Penny. Hopefully he brings some juice for the playoffs. I agree. It's a thing that we've been missing. When you do look at our recent stretch of playoff history, when we've struggled in the playoffs, a big component of that is the fact that the Seahawks have not had their stable of running backs healthy. You can go through the years, be it Marshawn Lynch and Thomas Rawls or Chris Carson. Last year, Rashad Penny, Chris Carson. Sometimes it's multiple. And you really do need, especially in the playoffs, to run the football. And so you do need to have your best horses there to run. And it would look like this year we're going to at least have a couple guys. Man, it'd feel very nice to go into that playoffs having Penny, Carson, Hyde as your three guys going active game day, knowing if we get an injury mid-game, somebody can come in off the bench and be an adequate running back now. It's not going to be a complete drop-off to Homer or Penny if we have to turn in that direction of things. So very, very excited, too. It was good to hear that he had some great reports coming from camp, though it makes me laugh when they're saying he exceeded expectations. It's been over a year since the ACL. What's the expectations like at this point? That part's always, Pete's so positive about stuff. I love it at times, and sometimes it's just like, come on, dude. Comcast Hawk, don't kid yourselves about the Seahawks. These are the Jets. They're not good. We will not be able to beat the legitimately good teams. We will not likely beat those kind of teams, Comcast, if we played for how we played the prior 5 games leading up to this game. We're not a good enough team to do it in that fashion, in that way. 100% agreed with you. If you can put the two facets together of an elite offense, an elite special teams unit, and an adequate defense, can put those components together, you have a chance to win the Super Bowl. I wouldn't say you're a front-running Super Bowl team. Wouldn't say you're a favorite. But you get me into playoff time when I need to win 3 games. Yeah, I could see that version of this team doing it. Has it gotten to that point yet? Have we seen that all come together? That cookie bake exactly as of yet? No, it seems one side's up, the other side's down, one side's down. But we saw finally today, for the first time today, actually we had both of them going up. So I've said it's an incremental step, Comcast. It's not about it being night and day. Give me 3 games leading to the playoffs where you start to stack this performance up with both sides doing what they're doing. Now you got momentum. Football is a sport about momentum. It is. And the season is a marathon, up and down. And the team you are week 1 is not the team you are week 17. And the team you are week 8 isn't the team you work 17. And it works that way across the board for every football team because of injury, because of performance, because of momentum. But I understand where you're coming from, Comcast, so don't let me kneecap you on your point, because I very much there's very much a part of it where I do agree with it. So, Nas, I know I said the Rams game is going to be big, but Washington is getting kind of scary. Washington is legitimately scary. Connor Huey, we have to run the ball to win. I agree, Connor. We do have to run the ball. I would hope we don't have a 50-50, 53-47 run-to-pass ratio, that we could at least throw a little bit more. But with that said, it's a formula that has worked in the past, and if that's what they slid into it and that's what it takes to win a Super Bowl, then I'm all on board. Randall says, fun to see Penny Hart on the end arounds. Also glad to see Parkinson get a couple of catches. He'll be a solid player for us. Really excited about Colby Parkinson's play, Randall. We heard reports from the Seahawks front office after they drafted Parkinson that they had a first-round grade on this guy. So they like his play. They like what he is with his potential. And look, he's legitimately 6'7", and he's definitely added some muscle to him, which was what you really want to slide him into that tight end. You really want him in that joker role for what he could be for that. That would be an ideal where he's the guy just off the joker is going to be not the guy on ball like the traditional tight end would be, but he's going to be about a step behind that tight end most of the time on plays to give him that free release to let him go work in space. It'd be great if Colby could be that kind of player. Mindy says this was an easy game. You would hope, Mindy, if you go up against a team who hasn't won a single game all season, you would hope you make it an easy game. But as we know with our Hawks, they don't always do that. Brian Robbins says, how do you think Geno played today? Geno showed you that if you had any stretch of games with Geno Smith in there, you would probably lose all of them. And again, I would like to lean back into the Seahawks looking into the draft to find a guy that would be your mobile passer who maybe has some limitations as a thrower, but can do some read option stuff and run some trickety stuff like you see with Taysom Hill. I thought Jalen Hurts would have been a target for them in the last draft, that kind of player, but I was wanting him in 4th, 5th, 6th round area, not in the 2nd round where he was drafted. But I'd like to see them go that path rather than this path with the solid veteran, choice who's going to go out there and be able to carry the water. I don't necessarily see that in Geno. Splash and Skills, THT is Talon Horton Tucker, a sophomore who was drafted last year in the 2nd round and today balled like a star in the NBA. I'm sorry, Splash and Skills. Yes. Okay. I'll check him out. Maxwell says, I'm scared of Chase Young next week, especially because of our O-line's injuries. Yeah, it's legitimately something to be scared of, and they're going to need. This is where we can hold the coaching accountable. This is something to look for next week for you folks. I point about things in retrospect that I say the coaching staff should do, like where was the short passing game adjustment? Why were you falling in love with the deep passing game? So let me give you another tidbit to this respect next week. There's a very good chance we go into next week, and it probably looks like Wheeler, more likely than not, starts there at right tackle. Or we've got a shell who's working through an ankle injury out there and trying to play through it. Either of those situations being the case, what the coaching staff needs to do is implement into their game plan, help the right tackle out, get some chips, get some tight end blocking at times. Don't just leave those guys on an island and say, well, we'll just do what we do and we'll make them deal with us. Don't make them adjust to us. They're not going to adjust to you. Chase Young's going to then rush off the edge and beat him like a drum in 2 seconds or less, and you're going to look silly. So coaching staff this week, build into your coaching game plan chips specifically to the right side of the offensive line. So you guys watch this next week. Do we see them make that adjustment? When we hold these coaching feet to the fire and people like me who are essentially really a layman in even what I'm doing here, if I can point this out to you and then they don't make that adjustment in the next game, these are the type of things, evidentiary-wise, that we look to and we say, you guys are getting out-coached every week. You're getting out-coached here and there. I think they'll make the adjustment. I very much doubt they'll have their 4th-string right tackle just out there. But I'll tell you this, they didn't give Wheeler a lot of help last week. So you might think they're going to do it, but no. FU says, I used to hate that the Seahawks used to run the ball, but now I understand that we have to win games. Well, FU, we have to for certain if we can embrace the short passing game. I think if they embraced a little more of the short passing game, they could get right back into the letting Russ cook kind of situation. I'm good either way it is, whatever it takes to win. It's that when you let Russ cook, that means you're going to be pass heavy. You've got to implement the full allotment of the passing attack. It's bubble screens, traditional screens, drag routes, short passes, because defenses will learn very quickly, wait, they're just trying to go for the chunk play every time. Let's just drop zone. Let's drop quarters coverage deep into it. Let's just take all that away. Force them to be patient. And that's where Seattle's got to then be patient and take the short stuff. Y2K says, I can't really help out much for a bit. Hope everyone is having a good time. Don't worry, YQ2K. I appreciate you. Irina says, I can't remember the last time we blew out an opponent. This is the momentum we need. And we need to win against the Washington football team to make the playoffs. I believe once again. I love it. Love the confidence, Irina. Maxwell says, if the Saints lose to the Chiefs and the Packers lose to the Titans, then Saints, Packers, and Seahawks will be 12-4. So then what happens? At that point, I do believe, somebody might correct me in the chat on this one, but I believe it wouldn't actually change a whole lot, Maxwell. I think everything would actually stay the same because it will come down to the NFC record at that point and the difference between that. And we need each of those teams to lose a game in the NFC and that particular tiebreaker to get the 1 seed. Randall says the Alex Smith story is nice and all, but I sure hope we play Haskins next week. Side note, remember when Rocky Bernard destroyed Alex Smith's shoulder? I think it was the first play of the game in 2008. Yes, that's a play now that Randall that would be called a penalty 100%. But, of course, the nice thing with Rocky Bernard, he's one of those traditional 3-techs, probably a little undersized even, but lightning fast first step from a 3-tech, which is just perfect, exactly what you'd want from a 3-tech, ideally. And that guy could beat a guy off the snap instantaneously. And I think Alex Smith was running play action on the play, and he had his back to Rocky. So he didn't see how fast Rocky came in, and Rocky just jumped on his back and rode him. And he did the old, I call it the Tony Saragusa, chicken bone snap, where it's, Saragusa did that to Gannon one year in the playoffs. That's your dad, Mosbar was on the thing. Or not dad, but your uncle, I think you said, where it just leans in and falls on the quarterback and then snaps his shoulder or whatever. But I think Rocky did a similar thing there. He just took his whole 300-pound frame and put it right on Alex Smith's back, and Alex did not do too well with that one. Decaf says Alex got hurt today and Haskins came in. I don't know about his status as of now, though. Well, it would be better for us if Haskins plays as opposed to Alex Smith, right? We had Colt McCoy, who was able to hold the water at least decently for the Giants, and Alex Smith's a better version of Colt McCoy. So we want to stick with the wild second-year guy that's going to, never know what he's going to do. That works well into our strategy of our defense. So I would agree that that's who we want to play over Alex for sure. Randall says Snacks looked active today. You got to feel like Randall, he's probably starting to really round into shape. No training camp, comes in mid-season by all accounts. He thought, according to one player who had talked to him, that he was going to be sitting on the couch throughout the year and just rest his body up and come back next season. So you got to figure he might not even have been lifting weights. He might not have been doing much of anything. I think we saw in that first picture where he looked pretty rotund. But it's great to see. He looked good to me. He was holding the point of attack. He's got his sort of trademark move, which is that he locks out. Which is just what you want a one-tech to do. A one-tech's not a penetrator. A one-tech, you want them to hold their ground, and anything coming near their vicinity, they're going to grab. And that's what he does, is he just locks out that offensive lineman, whether it's a double team or a single team. He'll just lock them out, hold them up, and then he'll sort of wait and watch the running back. And he can play games with a running back where he can sort of hide himself behind an offensive lineman and look like the lineman steering him to open the hole this way, for instance, where the running back would come through. But then he just snaps back at the last second, throws the lineman out of the way, and makes the tackle. And the running back, there's nothing they can do about it. They're making the correct read off what they see in the moment. He's just being a little smarter than your average bear. Something Snacks shows a really good adeptness at on film, and I thought it showed up today. I watched a couple of plays. I have to watch a little bit more, but I thought one for sure looked vintage Snacks Harrison in that respect. Nathaniel says, just hope we don't get this W in our heads because next week we have to play an actual football team. I think you're kind of also referencing there Shaquille Griffin saying how they maybe took the New York Giants lightly. Always awesome when you have a player who's playing for a contract, who should be playing, all in, all that, taking lightly. You got 16 games in the season. I don't ever get the take lightly thing. Man, I got behind on the chat. I'm sorry, guys. FU, what should we do to win next week? You certainly are going to need to go back to the same model this week of the run to pass ratio's got to be probably pretty close together because you're going to want to slow that pass rush down, not just let them pin their ears back and know it's a pass every play. But the short passing game's got to be embraced. It's got to be embraced. And then when it comes to Dwayne Haskins, if he's out there on the football field, what defenses are doing to us, we've got to do to them. That's our schematics, which is turn them into patient football teams. We should be able to stop their run. If Haskins is in there, take away his deep ball, force him to just take what we're giving him, force him to be that patient young quarterback who wants to make the sensational play and earn his job back, get him into that mode of things. And I think you've got I think you'll be successful. Jason McEward says, I believe we have a streak of 3 games, maybe it was only 2, or where we scored 50 points a game with Carroll. Yep, that's actually going to be eventually. I know we've got Cameron Hughes wants me to do that as my next Great Seahawk Moment video. I'm going to do it eventually. But that was the Carroll where we did the 55-0, I think, against the Cardinals. And then the next week we went to Toronto. We went to Toronto, and then we beat the brakes off them, Brakes off them. They took it bad there. They took it bad up there in Toronto, them Buffalo Bills. Yeah. So, yeah, that was a back-to-back 50 burgers we put on them, Jason. Big time. NVX Hyper Y2 says, what are my thoughts on the Steelers? I believe those 2 linebackers are really hurting them. I was pointing to a little earlier, Hyper, in that, Bud Dupree's the guy he's the guy that rushes on the other side. And whereas Watt, I think a lot of times gets to sort of run off that blind side and flourish off that blind side. He's your strong side defender. He's your guy up on the tight end who's got to set the edge time and time again a lot of times. Not that Watt doesn't do that as well, but Watt's a very complete player. But I really, really like Bud Dupree for some of the lunch pail hard hat stuff that he does in there for their defense. And then they lost their middle linebacker as well. I think that hurts their defense a lot. I haven't watched anything from this week on their game necessarily right now, so I can't give you on all of the thoughts I had. But I know when those 2 things happened, Hyper, that I went, ugh. Those are tough injuries to have at this point in time in the season when you may have peaked at that early point. You may have gotten a little bit too good a spot to where now you start to dip a little bit. You just see that happen with teams, where they will get to their highest of heights and you want to sort of build up to it a little bit. There's a bit of me that thinks that Carroll's got a little bit of that to his game in knowing how to massage a roster throughout a season to get them to the point where they're playing at their best when you need them to at the end of the year. I think that's one of his attributes as a coach. It doesn't always show itself, and most recently it hasn't necessarily, but there's sort of kind of an art form to it. Buffalo 23, Pittsburgh 15. So they're playing Buffalo. I mean, Buffalo's a good team, folks. I think Buffalo's a very, very good football team. And for them to beat Pittsburgh or Pittsburgh to lose to Buffalo in that kind of fashion, I'm not going to besmirch Pittsburgh or say that doesn't put Pittsburgh in a point of competing for going to the Super Bowl. We've known in the AFC there's more teams. It's actually probably pretty equivalent, but you've got basically Pittsburgh, Kansas City, and you can make the argument. I mean, you could really with the way some of the wins that Buffalo's had, that Buffalo's in that sense, and then even the Ravens you could put in there. And I don't think I'm quite ready. I can't put the Colts in that same spot, but I put those 4 teams there. Likewise, you go to the NFC. You got the New Orleans Saints. You got the Packers. I think you can firmly now put the Seahawks in that role, and I think you can put the Rams in that role. Those are the 4 teams on either side that are the creme de la creme. Team 12s just got here. What I missed? You didn't miss anything, Team 12s. Decaf, when Russ threw that pick, I was really upset because we were in Jets territory, and he had Jacob Hollister for at least 10 yards in a first. Great point. Great point. That was part of my notes from the game on this, is that you started out with the short passing game. Pop, 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 pop. You're throwing the short passes out. You're moving the ball up the field. You're committing to it, not just suddenly now going away from it schizophrenically wise. And we got to throw deep. No, you stuck with it. Then Russ scrambled outside the pocket and tried to throw off platform, moving to his left. Very difficult throw to make. DK gets sort of bumped by the defender as he's coming down there. Not that I would expect the pass interference call on that, especially when they're letting Shaq on the other side run ragged on his receivers. But then after that, they went right back to the short passing game. It's part of what I said, where there's been games this year where they've embraced it, but then they go away from it at some point or another. In the Falcons game, for instance, they went 2 quarters and then they just left it. And in the first Cardinal game on the road, felt like for about the first 2.5 quarters, they really were with that short passing game. They were moving Russell out of the pocket to the edges. And then they just kind of went away from it as the game went along and started trying to fall in love with the deep ball a little bit more. So, yeah, decaf. I think they've got it. That interception hopefully will even more blazon into Russ's mind here that I've got to just take what they're giving me here. I can't keep stretching this out past where I'm comfortable stretching it. Hopefully so. Any chance you could become a moderator? Team 12s, I will definitely make you a moderator. I promise you, my guy. So yes, absolutely. Randall says, I think Adams was trying to figure out if he'd be able to wave at Adam Gase or on his way to the end zone, Deion Sanders style, but he forgot to catch the ball first. Yeah, I think his hands aren't great. I've seen a couple of highlights of him with the Jets where balls go in and out of his hands. So I think he's got a little bit of the hands of stone thing going on, Randall. I think, too, he's taped up fingers. I watched him tape up his fingers pre-game. So he's dealing with a little bit of that. Hard to catch when your fingers are taped. Who's going to win the NFC East? I think the Washington football team is going to win it. That 49er team, despite their injuries this year, despite what they've been up against, they've been a very feisty, competitive football team in most of all the games they played. I think they've blown out here and there. But they've been pretty competitive, especially as of late. So I like how Washington's looked. I think they've gotten a little bit better as the year's gone along. One of those teams that's kind of on its ascent at the right time. But I like them. I think that they're going to take it at this point. I don't think that the Eagles are – I don't believe in Jalen Hurts being that much better off of what you were getting out of Carson. The only thing you're really getting to me is maybe a little more mobility and then a little fewer mistakes. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that is. Saints got Chiefs next week. I think they will lose. The Packers have Titans, and the Titans will get physical and turn them into to run it down their throat, and that could be a loss for them. That's 50-50 for me. I agree. Both of these 2 games could be losses for them. Unfortunately, we just don't have the tiebreaker yet with them. That's the tough part about that loss last week. Sir PK, the Alpha Chad, Poggers moment. Fiji Mark says, sorry if you've already answered this, but how did you see that Shoddy? But did you see that Shoddy might be the Texans head coach? If he did, while he isn't out of it, issues, it might be what we need to bring in some younger minds. Well, I would be very much happy, Fiji, if they did move on from Shoddy. My only concern with it would be that Carroll would lean back into hiring the same kind of offensive coordinator that's not super imaginative, that doesn't understand quite how to properly take about Russell Wilson and make the game a little easier for Russell Wilson at times. But it would be a step in the right direction, so I hope he gets it. I hope the Houston Texans make that hire. Now it says, realistically, do you think the Seahawks will win the Super Bowl? I think they have a chance, but do you think they'll cash in? If I was putting chances right now with the Seahawks on Super Bowl, I mean, if I got to lay a bet right now, I mean, they're like, it's not great, Nas. It's not like 80%. We're probably in the 30%-ish range. But I have said, Nas, that I reserve the right to enter into the playoffs and feel very good about this team. Feel that there's a much better chance than I thought a week ago, 2 weeks ago, if they can stack a collection of performances together to show me the consistency that's necessary in the playoffs to win against good football teams. It's one thing to beat bad football teams. It's one thing to beat struggling football teams. Well, what about quality football teams? It's a different game. And the Seahawks this year have kind of struggled against quality football teams. So to get there, the defense, like I said, got to play adequately. The offense has got to be top 5. Those type of levels. Brian says they need to play Parkinson's a lot more. Well, I'd love to see it too, Brian, but they're trying to get that $3.2 million out of Hollister. So they got to get every inch of that out of him. But I like Parkinson's a lot. More 3 tight end sets. Yes. Randall says, kind of thought Adam Sack was cheap. I did too. Yeah, it looked like he was at that point running, like he's running out of bounds. What's up, D-boy? Emmett says, I'm hoping we're saving our trick plays for the playoffs because I can only remember one flea flicker this year. Any of our wide receivers got arm talent to pull a Golden Tate style rip downfield? I can't remember any trick plays either. No trick plays. Maybe they're saving it for the playoffs, Emmett. They're not putting any on film because Carroll's like, I'm going to want it when we need it. That'd be smart. Be smart. Giovanni, you're the best Seahawks fan that I've ever heard speak on YouTube. Wow, that is high praise, Giovanni. There are some absolute dogs on YouTube. I do appreciate that, man. And thank you for watching. Thank you to everybody for watching. Please do slam on that like button if you're in the chat and you haven't hit it already. I do appreciate it. Timothy Cassidy, how you doing? But thanks, Giovanni. So nice. FU says, crazy how the Lions went 0-16 with Megatron on the team. Yeah. There's teams in this league that are just poorly run franchises that have been poorly run for so long, and the Giants, even in the days where they've had some times of winning and stuff, you still go, man, it's just barely being held together right now. They're always a couple decisions away, it seems like, from falling back into just complete misery. And with them, I'm not always as certain as it's bad ownership. Certainly, they don't make great hires with the coaching and general managers there. I mean, that's their problem with it there, but. Man, they're almost right there with the Bengals and how long it's been that they've just been pretty much almost irrelevant. B-Russ says Brooks is looking really good the last couple of weeks. We might actually have hit on a first rounder. We might. He certainly has got a better, higher upside, I think, than what you're going to see from LJ Collier overall. Fiji says, I'm glad they let Geno in. He looked sloppy at the start, so it's good to let him get some reps. Well, hopefully we don't have to see Geno Smith ever again this season unless we're just beating the snot out of teams and we get a rest up Russ on a fourth quarter again. But I do agree with you, Nick. I could see the Packers losing to the Titans. I agree. For the reasons you mentioned, the Packers cannot stop the run. Derrick Henry is a beast. You know, we've seen Packers struggle against those teams that want to come in and just hammer them in the mouth and not get too cute. So I can easily see the Packers losing this next week for that reason. I mean, this is one of the worst matchups for them as far as teams for them to be matched up against. So, and I know the Titans are playing for something. Jose says, sit Dunlap next week. I hate that field. I would be okay with it, Jose. I would be okay with it. At this point, as much as I'd like to get a home playoff game, Jose, and have that advantage going in the playoffs, or even open that window up a crack to get the home field advantage for that potential that could come up. As much as I am enamored by that, there is a part of me that says, do what you got to do to get your players right for the games in the playoffs at this point. We're going to have to go on the road. We'll get one game at home. What's the difference at the end of the day? We're going to be going on the road more often than not to have to win them. So get the guys right. Get them as close to right as you can get them. And if an extra couple weeks is going to help, And if it slides us down a position or two in the playoff standings, but we can still get into the playoffs, then so be it. Matthias says, can't complain about a blowout win, but it's the Jets, so no big deal. Hopefully the line stays healthy in the next few games. Hopefully. I agree with you. I agree. Jack Davis says, Jets suck. They are very bad. They've got an uphill climb. The Jets got some very important decisions to make, but luckily you got Trevor Lawrence coming up in this next draft. And I think that it's very legitimate, the comparisons people make between Elway and Andrew Luck and Lawrence, being me, by people, I'm saying me, of course. He is in that talent. He is in that talent level. And he can, we've seen it. A great quarterback can turn an organization around single-handedly. And the Jets, on at least a keynote part of that as they go into next season, have done a very good job getting the two tackles there. Micah Becton's playing his first year at left tackle, top 10 pick for them this year. And then they've got Fant that they signed to a free agent deal at right tackle. So they've taken care of the edges for a young quarterback that they bring in there. They've laid good groundwork. Matthias, who would you take, Jamal or Clowney? Jamal or Clowney? I would have to go. Who would I take? Well, I'd probably take Jamal because of the lesser injury risk, and Clowney seems to have some issue with the knees, if I've got to pick between the two. D-Boy says, it's funny how when we lose, we had over 300 people in here, and when we win, less than half of that. So many haters and trolls. It's true, D-Boy. It's true. Randall says, who would you rather have next year, Sherm or Patrick Peterson? I would probably go with Sherm because he would just understand the scheme so much, and I think Patrick Peterson's played the majority of his career in mainly man defense. So I think Sherman would be probably the better fit, but they probably cost similar. So Edgar Figueroa, if this defense does this consistently, nobody is stopping us. I would agree with you, Edgar. I would just add in addition to, as long as the offense can play also at this level. Play at this level of efficiency, run the ball, still be able to put points on the board. Don't just kick hole 1, 2, 3 quarters down the pike in ineptitude, but get something done. And they did that. Emmett says, I hope we can learn how to use Adams more to his strengths next year. Last I saw, he's only got 1 pass deflection. That's not great for a defensive back. The pressures are nice, though. I think that at the end of the day, if let's take a bottom line on him, Emmett. I mean, let's be a realistic bottom line on Adams just at this moment. Let's say in Adams we have a guy that's going to average just over a little bit more than a sack a game in his current role and play stellar, outstanding run defense as a strong safety, who may not then be amazing in coverage. Am I going to still consider that guy a star in the scheme? Yeah, I am. He set a record today for 8.5 sacks for a defensive back in NFL history. You extrapolate the numbers over the course of a season, especially giving them another year to learn him even better and what he does better. 16 sacks in a year? Yeah. I think that's at that point that makes him an upper level safety in this league. It doesn't make him how you would traditionally look through it, or maybe hope it would be. You'd want a good coverage guy in this day and age. Yeah, but I'd be more concerned if you had a free safety that wasn't a good coverage guy than I would if you have a strong safety that isn't a good coverage guy. Mindy V, you give the best review. Thank you, Mindy. Stephen Kapowski's Shaq Griffin is not as good as he thinks he is. Yeah, we were lamenting here on the chat, Stephen, about how he's over there celebrating his pass interferences that didn't get called. It's like, dude, be humble, man. Be humble. Just give the thumbs up to the official and then turn back to the huddle. Sit out there and just, oh, look at me. Oh, look at me. Oh, I'm committing pass interference. That's what you're doing. Come on, man. Matthias, who would you take, Jamal Adams or Clowney? So again, yeah, I take Jamal, Matthias, but I would say this: if I've got Clowney and I know the knee's clean, I know his medicals are good, I may lean back in that direction. I probably would say, though, just knowing the situation as we kind of do, his medicals probably aren't clean. It's probably the reason why there wasn't as many teams interested in his services this offseason. Part of the reason why his season now has ended due to injury. So are his medicals going to get better? No. Whereas Jamal's a young player who hasn't really had any major injury. So I would do it mainly for that reason alone. But I like the player we got. I do. Edgar says, what he does in the pass rush makes up for his coverage. Agreed 100%, Edgar. 100% agreed. Roxanne Rowe. How you doing, Roxanne? I feel so relaxed tonight. My heart rate is quite low and steady. A rarity for a post-game Sunday night. Go Hawks. Same with me, Roxanne. There's no, look at this. Look at his hand. Look at his hand. No shakes. No shakes. Look at that. Steady. Calm as a lake in the middle of summer. Just nothing. Decaf says, I know you shouldn't pay running backs, but Chris Carson is so good, and this team is so much better with him, and he's such a hard runner. I would resign him for anything less than $10 million. Can't do it, Decaf. Can't do it. I mean, I've said, Decaf, you do have to kind of acknowledge if you're going to say that, Decaf, though, in my point, look at Carlos Hyde. Carlos Hyde ran really well today, too, as well. I don't have the stats right in front of me right now, but, let's bring up the stats. So I actually have them up in front of me. But at the end of the day, did he play significantly better than Carlos Hyde did in this game? Did he? I mean, not to my eyes. I mean, he looked good. He looked very good. But that's been my going point with this, is that you can get that kind of production, you can get that level of play without having to spend the $10 million per season. And I'm bringing up the box score here so I can bring up those stats on it. So in this game, you've got Carlos Hyde. Carson runs great. 12 carries, 76 yards, fantastic. 6.3 yards per carry. Carlos Hyde, 15 carries, 66 yards, 4.4 yards carry. So yeah, he was a lot lower in this game. I feel like a couple of those carries was Carlos Hyde getting at the end of the game when the Jets knew Carlos Hyde was getting it, and they knew Seattle wasn't going to pass it, so they just stacked the box. So it made his numbers look a little bit worse at that point. To my eyes, they ran very similar in this game from a production standpoint. They're different type of runners, but just in the yards that they end up gaining. I think you can go that route and still get these kind of running backs. I don't think you have to pay top of the market. And if I can pay $1 million if I can do a 1-year, $4 million deal for a guy like Hyde versus paying a 3-year, $9 million deal per year for a guy like Carson, $27 million, I'm going to lean back in the direction of a guy like Hyde. Naz says, next gen stats says we have a 99% chance to make the playoffs. I like those odds. Take those odds, won't you, Naz? Brian Roberts says, does anyone know where Doug Peterson's going next year? I don't, Brian, but that's a phenomenal suggestion, which I think you're hinting at, which is that if Shoddy were to be going to the Houston Texans, maybe somebody would hire Doug Peterson. He has won a Super Bowl, but maybe he'd have to go back and be an offensive coordinator. And if Seattle is out there in the market, that would look like a pretty good chance, pretty good shot for Doug. A good opportunity to come in there and get his star back to shining, to go get the head coaching job somewhere else, because that's going to be what drives that choice. I might be interested in that, Brian. I might be interested in that. D-Boy, no, I would not pay Griffin $10 million a year. I would not do it. I would not do it. And we'll talk about it in a second. I did a little bit of research in regards to the free agents that we've got coming up and where we're standing at. Before we had the fifth amount most of cap space going into the offseason before the Carlos Dunlap signing, Sports Track now has us sitting about 16th. So we don't have a lot of cap space. We can't go window shopping. We got to go bargain basement, dollar store, all that stuff. I'm sorry, we just do. That's considering as well that we have to sign Adams to an extension. Matthias says, yeah, facts, D-Boy. Randall says, listening to Pete after the game, it sounds like Shell's ankle got progressively worse as opposed to one play that aggravated it. It's unfortunate to hear, Randall. They might shut him down till playoff time. They might just do that, and that's going to make it very, very tough unless we can get Marco Jones back into play. Clara says, Giants not here today. Well, Cardinals beat the brakes off them. Their schedule not as easy at all. Yeah, it's stunningly silent how many Giants fans are not in here now. Not even when they were nice enough fans. A few of them were pretty insufferable. But you guys were telling me about how you're going to the Super Bowl and you're going to win the Super Bowl. I figured I'd get at least a couple in here telling me that you're still doing that. The amount that we had. Edgar says paying Carson's risky since he's injury prone, but at the same time we're clearly better with him, so it's a tough spot. Again, I don't know if we're clearly better with him. We appear to be better with him. I think we're clearly better when we have a running back of Carson's. We have a running back of Carson's talent back there, like a Carlos Hyde, who is of that talent. Let's go back to the second Cardinal game where they were committing to the run in that game. Carlos Hyde was running like a monster, wasn't he? I think that if Carson plays in that game at full health, he gives you pretty much similar stats to what Carlos Hyde gave you in that game. And again, that's what it comes down to for me. It's not hating on Carson or anything like that, but it's just about properly allocating your resources because they're finite. There's only so much of it. Steven says if Brandon Shell's out next week, it's going to be a rough day for the offense. It will. It will. You can do certain stuff, Steven, to scheme up and help out Shell because you do have a left tackle in Dwayne Brown who you can put on an island throughout the course of a game and not give any help to, thus allowing the protections to slide a little bit and help out our guy over there. But with that said, it's going to make it a little bit harder. It's going to make it a little bit tougher. Redo says, I'd like to see Penny Hart a bit more. He's really quick. He certainly did what we need him to do on that end around. We need a guy like that in that end around. We need a D-Boy Samuel speedy guy that can run within that offense, Randall. I think it's something that's been missing at times. FU says, how much are we giving Jamal Adams? We're going to probably give him, they sign usually, it's going to be 4-year extensions. So you're looking at like a 4-year deal at like probably $16 million per season. You're probably in the neighborhood of $20+ million guaranteed. E-Dub says, Jets are that bad. They got stomped by a team who never blows out teams. Just kidding, but seriously, go Hawks. Russ with another turnover. Yeah, outside the turnover, he was solid. Russ was really good today. But that turnover was another one where it's like, where he's throwing it. And I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to learn DK and where he can throw a ball up there. But still was one of those ones where you just go, Russ, no, just no. D-Boy says, the Hawks Nest, would you rather get rid of all of our coordinators, or a new head coach if he had to do one? Well, I probably have to go with coordinators, D-Boy, because I think if I change out the head coach and I got to keep the coordinators, I think that they're even a great head coach is not necessarily going to improve those coordinators outside of like being an offensive mind who can take the play calling duties over for Shoddy or something like that. So if I have to pick, that would be the way where I'd go. Ideally, you'd like a new coach with new coordinators, right? You'd like to do the two for there. You'd like both of them. Today's all mellow and cool. Yeah, we're nice and mellow today. Matthias asks, what's my prediction on the next game? It's going to come right down to the end. It's a 3-point game. I'm going to go ahead and say Seattle pulls it out. That's a good question. Well, let's go 24-21. No, they'll have a couple of field goals. So we'll go like 24-22. There'll be some close game like that, I think. Early 20s. Randall says, a guy I've been thinking about lately for the next year is T.Y. Hilton. Do you think he's better, not as good, or about the same as Tyler? He's injury prone. Maybe he's Dorsett 2021. So a little insider information with you, Randall, on this one. The guy who's one of my fellow subscribers here on the chat, who's the guy who hooked me up with Clowney when we were playing video games. He's got a connection through that to a couple of players, and one of those guys is T.Y. Hilton. It's one of the guys that he plays with, and he's been claiming that T.Y.'s been, chomping at the bit. Let's just say to go play for a winner and still go show out. That maybe perhaps playing with Jacoby Brissett and the noodle-armed Phillip Rivers has not gotten the most out of the speedster deep ball guy. We'll see with it, but I think he'd be an awesome target, Randall. I do. I think he's a guy that you're not going to have to necessarily pay top of the market for. And frankly, I think he's better than Tyler Lockett. I think Russ and Tyler have a connection that's special, and you may not get that same kind of rapport between T.Y. Hilton and Russell if he comes in. But I like the upside of T.Y. Hilton versus what I think is already the top side of what we've seen in Tyler. And I think Tyler's the one guy this offseason that you can move where, because the salary depression is at place this year, Lockett in his near $9 million cost on the cap. First, bring a guy in like Hilton who might only on this, because all of the caps are going down, he might only cost you $4 million this year. You might have to make a tough decision there, Randall, right? Trade Tyler for some draft capital, bring in Hilton at a lesser price, you upgrade the position and bring in some draft capital at the same time. Might look attractive as a proposition. Nolan says, what the F? Going to be a tough game. It's going to be a tough game. There's no doubt about it. Emmett says, Giants fans wanted me to remind you to give them credit still. I know. Why don't you just accept the fact that we're good and your team wasn't good and we're good and we're like the best team in the NFL and you guys don't know it. Once Daniel Jones comes back, Daniel Jones is going to light everyone on fire and you guys ain't nothing. We did it with Colt. One's with Daniel. And they're oddly silent today. Oddly silent. And they blew this place up last week, you guys. I mean, they tripled our traffic last week just to come in and pump their chest. The Roxanne Bills intercepted the ball. Looks like the Steelers are going to lose. Marshall Fosdick. This Jets game doesn't mean anything. It means a little tiny something, but I agree it doesn't mean everything, and we shouldn't take any final conclusions from it, Marshall. We should be looking at this through the lens of, let's look at the last cluster of these games. I've said the NFL schedule breaks up into quarters, 4 quarters. So let's look at this last quarter and see what happens. It's not going to be a simple, easy schedule. You've got a couple of division foes. Those are always tough games. We know that the Washington football team is playing good football. So let's see what they do. Let's draw our conclusions on that as we head into the playoffs to see what we see. What's up, OCC? Edgar, a name I'm not hearing is Josh Gordon. I think he'll be more dangerous with him as well. He hasn't played, but I think we'll see him get his. Edgar, I'm super hyped for Josh Gordon. Super hyped for Josh Gordon, and I think he's going to be a fantastic addition. Make no mistake about it, this isn't a guy that's like, well, he's lost 2 steps. He's anywhere near freakish of what he once was. And No. So he got onto our football team like halfway into the year. There was all this stuff hanging over him. He's trying to move midseason. And just like that Carolina Panther game where you started to see the flashes of it on the 60-yard bomb that Russell threw to him that he ran down, the guy's got some skill still. And he still could be, to me, even better than what you're getting out of Tyler in certain respects. Certainly better than what you're getting out of David Moore with some of his inconsistency issues. But you're right to get excited about him coming back. And he could be a really big addition. Him and Penny both add things to this offense that we don't necessarily have. We have something similar with Josh in DK, but I would say that at least with Josh, he almost sort of doubles that. He almost gives you almost another DK out there in certain respects. He's that talented. I mean, do not sell that guy short. And I know he hasn't played a lot of football, but I guarantee you he's going to be coming out hungry, and he's probably been training like mad, waiting for that last opportunity. He knows this is it. This is it. This is it. Nothing else. This is your shot. Want to earn one more contract after this year? Want to earn a little more money? And he's got fresh legs. Hasn't been playing all year. FU says put Josh Gordon at tight end. Love it. Matthias says, what's your opinion on Snacks? He had a good game today. He had his best game so far, Matthias. I think he's finally rounding into shape. 6 tackles today. You couldn't run up the middle on us. He doesn't get moved off the ball. He's all the things that he's advertised in his game as a one-tech defensive tackle, he has delivered in. And I think he's playing really well. I think he's going to play better because I think he is just rounding into shape, just getting himself into game-ready condition. But I love the rotation right now. Poona Ford, Jaron Reed, and him. Looking good. Looking good. Nolan says Gino is the GOAT at coin tosses. Well, that's why he's on the roster, Nolan. Bolt Hazard, I'm a Bears fan. Why am I here? Bolt, you're looking for reason. You're looking for purpose. You just got a blowout win today, and you don't even feel excited about it. You wonder why, for who, for what. But let me solve you a little bit on this one. All you guys got to do, the one little thing you got to do is go get a quarterback. And while that's hard to do, while that is difficult, you're not married right now to one. You're not 21 million deep in, 25 million deep in, 35 million deep in, like we got our Eagles over there. So you can still go fix this situation. The unfortunate part is that because you've caught yourself in between, you're not bad enough to get that quarterback you need, and you're not good enough to go to the Super Bowl. So that's where your depression lies. But maybe they do something. Maybe they go get, what do you think, Bolt? You want some Matt Stafford this offseason? Trade for Matt Stafford? Let him throw with his gun. Throw with his gun at Soldier Field. Emmett says, I'd love for the Hawks to somehow draft Nick Harris out of Bama. Oh, Najee Harris, yeah, out of Bama, or the kid named Journey out of Penn State. I got to look at the kid out of Penn State, Emmett, but I've watched a lot of Harris film, and he is awesome. Absolutely ready-made as you draw it up, the way Coach Carroll dreams about it at night when he's leaned over and clutching his pillow. That Marshawn Lynch mold of running back, the new age Marshawn Lynch mold of running back, which is what Harris is. Fortunately, that's going to make him not able to be draftable because he'll probably be picked around in the teens, if not even higher, Emmett. But I really, really like him as a running back. So hard to bring down. He runs so strong. Just arm tackles just bounce off of him, ricochet off of his body. Going to be a great back. Great back. Oh, D Nugget, thank you for the $10 donation, sir. I do salute you and Randall McDaniel today. Thank you so much. He says, always love the channel. Well, thank you, D Nugget. I love you and always appreciate it. You're always in here and watching, and it's all I can ask for, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good luck to you too, Bolt. You guys are a great fan base. You Chicago Bears are a great fan base, and you're one of those fan bases that I root for to be good again, where it's been a long time of not being good, where it's like, you guys had some good teams you put together for a while in the 2000s there, where you kind of got into a Super Bowl and you were looking good, but it seems like the NFL is one of those teams where the NFL is better when the Chicago Bears are good, and I hope you guys can get right. Just got to get that quarterback. Just got to find the right guy. Man, that Mitchell Trubisky thing was brutal a couple of years ago, grabbing him over the other options that were available. Shadow Falcon 19, third down, 13 to go. Okay. Voodoo Magic, thanks for turning off the loud-ass sound effects on the subscription notifications. I'm so sorry about those sound effects, Voodoo. I didn't know that they were on there. I put the GIFs, but they automatically on the Streamlabs add the sound effects in there. But I appreciate you guys letting me know I can get those off. It's part of us working together here, man, to get this thing right. Randall says, what does it mean if I have a wrench next to my name? It means, Randall, that you're now a moderator. And with it, you carry the dreams and hopes of 100,000 children. And in that hope, you need to be a hero by keeping this chat clean when those godforsaken giant fans overrun this place like rats in a sewer. Bolt says, my best friend is actually a diehard Seahawks fan, so I root for them too if they aren't versus the Bears, of course. Of course, Bolt. And I appreciate you doing that, man. I really like your team. You guys are good players, and it's brutal for your defense. I was talking a little bit about that with your guys where watching the Bears games over recent years. They'll come out and play great defense, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and then they just start getting worn down because they're 3 and outs. And you know, it's so tough when you get the wrong quarterback because you get married to him, whether you like to or not. And teams are moving off guys quicker than ever, right? We saw the Cardinals move off that Rosen kid that they drafted out of UCLA like instantaneously to go to Kyler Murray. But it seems like more often than not, even when you're willing to somewhat move off slowly, it's a slow move. Like, well, maybe he can just, but we thought he would, but he was going to do, You just get into that mindset, and it's brutal. It's brutal when you miss, when you don't get the right one, because everything else just sinks. And you see that with the Bears, where offensively they just can't function, even with a guy like Allen Robinson playing out of his mind. Tough stuff, man. I feel for you. Shadow Falcon says, "Let's go Jets 0-16." It's the Trevor Lawrence watch. It's real. Nolan Wallace says, "I love watching the channel before I go to sleep. Great hearing people with the same thoughts as me." Oh, I appreciate that, Nolan. Thank you so much for doing that. I'd love to put you to sleep with my dulcet tones. I'll get real deep as we get alone. Just, you sleep well now. Thank you, Nolan. FU says, yeah, true. They do try to go to go deep like a Hail Mary type play. Russ is busting a Manning with Odell. Just throw it up there. Hopefully DK is there. And it's not DK's great. I mean, DK can go up and moss a ball a little bit. He can do that. He's got a little bit of that to his game. It's not exactly his, he's not Fitzgerald in his prime at it. It's not, the biggest attribute of DK's game as far as a pass catcher. He's good about blocking his body and stuff, but really going up there and plucking the ball, high pointing the ball at the air over the top, we don't see it really often with him. And on that particular play where Russell threw it, I mean, Russ didn't know he was going to get banged. It was a little just weird timing of the play because DK's coming down theoretically from Russ's angle. DK's going to be able to just jump with the defender and he'll at least out jump him. But the defender hits DK and sort of knocks him back and then jumps up and then intercepts the ball. And I guess the officials were ruling that he just ran into him. Bolt says, can we all agree that the Packers and Steelers are stupid? We can absolutely agree to that, Bolt. We can absolutely agree to that. We got those 2005 Steelers memories that will always be burned into our brain. So, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Luke Scarlett says, do you think Rashad Penny is going to be a factor next week? I do, Luke, because I think that they've probably taken their time with him. Usually it's about an injury. It's about a year when you're being conservative with an ACL injury to when you see the guy back on the field. You just give him the whole year solid through. I think they're about a month and a half past that point. So I don't know if we'll get vintage Rashad Penny, but I would expect him to look really good. Reports are from practice that he's looked sensational. Because you've taken that extra time with him, I think it'll be good. And look, teams have not been scheming for the outside runs with us as much. For what Carson and Carlos Hyde provide, they don't necessarily provide a lot of speed. Now you're going to be able to maybe test some of those edges of the defense a little bit more, especially those teams that don't have as much speed that are a little bit bigger, like your Giants team was last week. Charles Lohman, get ready for the Washington. We're coming for you. You come, Chuck. You come on in, Charles. Charlie, bring it. Bring your Chase Young. Bring your Jonathan Williams. Bring your Ryan Kerrigan. We're going to retire him next week. We're retiring Kerrigan next week. You won't be Kerrigan. You'll just call him Kerry when we're done with him. How about that? How about that? You don't know what you stepped into. You stepped into an octagon of pain, Richard. You guys don't even we're not going to be beaten by a team that doesn't even have a football name. Not in my lifetime. I'm not going to live to see that day. With that, it says, yeah, Dunbar for a 5th-round pick, if he didn't get hurt, would have been worth it. But if he helps lock up Adams in the playoffs, it's all worth it. And part of the trade and understanding what you were doing with that trade, part of the reason it was a 5th-round value for a guy that is a reasonably good cornerback in this league and is known to be so, is the fact that he is an injury-prone player. He does play through seasons, but he does miss a handful of games throughout. That's been his MO. And that's his MO this year. And I think they're managing it as much as they can to prep him for the playoffs. I do wonder with those knee injuries, is it one that could be in a position where he needs to get the surgery to get it fully corrected? If that's the case, then it's always going to kind of linger in there. And we saw in the Buffalo game that he wasn't really able to play through it. He struggled to play through that knee injury. We'll see. Seahawks Rain says, why can't we look this game like it? Why can't we look like this every game? Seahawks Rain, I would say part of it is the fact you don't play the Jets most weeks. That's a bad football team, and that's a football team really not, from an energy standpoint, they're pretty demoralized coming off that Hail Mary loss where it looked like they were going to get their first win. And then the other part of it is you can't get both sides of the ball to play good at the same time. One plays good, the other time they play bad. We saw today when both sides are playing good, this is the result that you could potentially put up on the board. Matthias says, Pittsburgh about to lose again. They're going to miss Bud Dupree throughout this year. And that could be the thing that sometimes losing a single player can sink Super Bowl hopes. I mean, you can make the argument last year. You made the argument losing Carson sunk our hopes last year. That it can. I would say for like the Cardinals this year, they're going to get in the playoffs. But could you imagine the Cardinals having a full year of Chandler Jones? They're going to get in the playoffs without pretty much most of the year without having him. But what if they had him this year? And the difference that would have made to their team. Sometimes there's just players like that make that big of an impact on a team. And when it's lost, the team just feels it. They just feel it. And I think that Bud Dupree is kind of one of those kind of players for them. Not to mention the middle linebacker kid who's been playing really good for them too. FU says it's kind of stupid. He said that Shaquille Griffin said kind of taking it lightly. You're supposed to give 100% each game. FU, especially when you're not a star, right? Like when you're just a player who's like a league average player and saying, yeah, we took him lightly. Who are you to take him lightly? You're trying to earn your payday right now, Shaquille. Why are you taking anything lightly? You're trying to get paid. You're trying to get your first big contract. You're not a first-round pick. You haven't got a big sloth of money here throughout your career. You might only get one big contract in your career. Now's the time. You're taking an opponent lightly? Mm-mm. And maybe he's not referencing him. Maybe he was saying, I took him, but the rest of the team. Maybe he's just throwing the rest of the team under the bus. Matthias says, Tyler Lockett, DK, and Josh Gordon is a great receiver core for the playoffs. Russ has just got to get the ball out quick. You can easily make the argument, Matthias, at that point that you're trotting out the best wide receiver core in the National Football League at that point. And I think I would probably lean in the direction of saying it so. Minnie V says, what do you think the Seahawks can do to make their team better? Minnie, we will dive into a little bit of that. I'm going to catch up on the chat a little bit here, but I did write down some of the free agent targets who we can be looking at in this offseason. The first thing I wanted to go through was look at the free agents off Sports Track, and then I wanted to look at the teams that have the worst cap situation as we go into next offseason, because the second part of this is going to be to target those guys that are likely to be cut so that those teams can get themselves underneath the cap. So I will get into that in just a second, Mindy. I just want to get through a few more questions, but I will dive into that a bit here shortly. Brady R says, do you think we'll beat the Rams week 17? Brady, I need to see what we do against Washington next week against a fairly legitimate foe. Let's see what this foe can do. Let's see what a team that's probably going to win their division, whether they win it with a winning record or not, they're going to win their division. Let's see what we do against them, against a tough team that's going to provide a good pass rush. We didn't see a team against this week that had good pass rush. We'll see it against this next week. That's given us problems. Give me another week to kind of to measure it, Brady. I don't want to take it off this team or take certain inklings off of this game in particular. Seahawks Rain, yeah, him saying they took the Giants lightly was bad. Yeah, not a good look, Seahawks Rain. That's a bad look moment for Shaq. Have some self. Keep that one to yourself, even if it's the truth. Keep that one to yourself. That's infuriating to hear. Sirkanth Balaga, y'all have a call-in? I need to have a call-in, Balaga. So I got to figure out how to do it. Everything's got to be this technical wonder show to make it work. So you got to like set this app up and pay for this service and set this service up into this service to wrap. It's like, oh my God. And I already troubleshoot all the time, but I want to do it. So it's on the planned path. I promise you, Mr. Balaga. D Nugget, who is the most in love with deep passes? Russ, Pete, or Shoddy? I would probably say that it's Pete. He loves the deep ball. He loves the deep ball. He said he's built his whole defense around protecting against the deep ball. It makes you know that conversely, then on offense, he probably loves it more than anything else as well. Jose Rodriguez says Ron Rivera's defense always gives up the big play against Russ. Solid point, Jose. Solid point. Let's go back, of course. You've got the 2013 season, one of the first games of the year that we played. Russ throws the big ball down the sideline to Jermaine Kearse in a really hotly contested game to win that one. Playoff game at home against the Panthers a couple of years ago, where Russ was able to hit Jermaine Kearse on the one-handed catch where Kearse was holding the guy off and then catching it with the other arm on his left arm. Big-time catch there. But yeah, it does seem like Jose, as memory serves me correct with it, that there's always some kind of deep play that happens at some key point in the game that they hit. There was the shot to David Moore, I think, 2 years ago, where it was on fourth down, like a 4th and 1 or something, and they went for the deep ball to David Moore down the sideline. We always seem to play close games against Ron Rivera's teams, but there always seems to be that key deep moment shot. Solid point, Jose. D-Nugget says, I was the first like. Folks, help brand it out. Hit that like button. Thank you so much for mentioning that, folks. Appreciate you saying that. Emmett Brown says, I'm not Penny's biggest fan, but I really hope he comes back because I don't trust any running backs behind CC. And I'm not over the moon on Emmett, but I do think he provides, as you know, an asset to this team that we don't have. I think he provides legitimate speed to the edges, outside zone run, pitch plays that you don't have with the other running backs on this roster. You got some grinders, you got some tryhards, you got some overachievers. You don't have a talent like this. There is a reason why he was drafted in the first round and would have been drafted early in the second round if Seattle didn't draft him in the first round. So I'm not a huge fan of Penny. I'm not. But he can give us value that we don't currently have on the football team, even if it's just a measure of it. Brian Roberts says, yes, sir, there's 342 people here. Hit that like button. Thank you for mentioning. Seahawks Rain, Penny is nice. He's got that breakaway speed, and he's a tough runner. Agreed, Seahawks Rain. He's got legitimate breakaway speed. He's a big play running back, and sometimes I think folks have gotten so used to the hard grinding Marshawn Lynch type back that's 3 yards in a cloud of dust, and there was only 1 yard to be had, but he got 3 yards. And so you start to really get used to just that very version of the running back. But running backs come in all shapes and sizes. You get Le'Veon Bell that jumps behind his offensive lineman, or the gliding Sean Alexander who's looking to always cut back up against the grain, find the backdoor hole. It's all shapes and sizes. You just got to embrace that sometimes. And if you got one that's a unique shape and size, just find what he does well. And I've always mentioned with Penny, the 2 key stats I go back to from last season are on outside runs, essentially pitch plays. Those plays going to the sideline with Penny last year, he averaged 8.2 yards per carry. On outside zone runs, those runs going off tackle, he averaged 7 yards a carry. Those are outstanding numbers for a running back, and they're worth being noteworthy here because we're getting this back into the offense. Charles, thank you so much. A Washington fan donation from a Washington fan. I do salute you, sir, so much. He says, I'm a diehard Washington fan. Good luck next week. Thank you so much, and good luck to you. And Charles, I'll say this about the Washington team. You donate, I might as well talk a little bit about the football team. I hope they choose a cool name, number one. But number two, you guys are, I think, you're turned in the right direction. I'm still not completely off board when it comes to Haskins. I know he's got some mental stuff upstairs that people kind of knock, but I do think that kid eventually could still maybe be a player in this league. McLaurin a couple years ago in that DK draft was my favorite receiver coming out of that draft. I love him as a player. I don't have to tell you with that. And again, as anybody's listening to this stream knows, I'm a big fan of front four defenses building from the inside out, getting that front four built and then getting the rest built out to the outside as you can. And the Washington football team is evidenced by this, where they've gone and they've so many first-round picks in that front four, and they've added depth in there as well. We've seen it with the San Francisco 49ers have done this. It brings about really good results for you defensively and overall for your football team when you have that type of defense that can do that. So rest assured, Charles, even though I think this year you guys might be somewhat limited in what you can get on your top end this season, with that division, with the way the rest of the franchises are being ran there, Giants are really your only competition to me as we go forward. I mean, hell, the Eagles right now are sitting $63 million over the salary cap going into next season. And then the Cowboys are not that far off of that stuff either. But thank you so much for that donation. I appreciate it. Andrew Zetton, I hope I pronounced that right. He says, wait, who won? Seahawks won, Andrew. Bolt says, I'm sorry I had to, but at least you didn't pass up Mahomes and Watson just to doink the game when he field goal in the playoffs. Bolt, brutal, man. It's brutal. It hurts my heart, man. I am, when they drafted Bolt, one where a front office overthinks the situation, because Trubisky had one good season. I think it was in North Carolina or whatever he played at. One good year at a lesser college of production that they were going off of versus a guy like Watson who had won a national title. Mahomes with the physical freak show he was bringing and the arm talent he was bringing. You wonder what it was that they were seeing there. Odd selection. Nas says, speaking of trick plays, imagine a flea flicker to DK. That would look awesome. I have a feeling right now the cornerbacks are so he's in their head so deep right now that they're just don't let him go. Don't let him get loose. Don't let him get loose. They're screw tackling. I have to just concentrate on DK. Bolt says the Cardinals need to lose, please God. They could though, Bolt. I mean, they are an up and down team this year. They're young and the inconsistency shows. Some weeks they look like world beaters. Some weeks then they lose to the Miami Dolphins, and you're like, how do you guys have any business losing that game? Matthias says, facts, there's a slippery slope in this chat. Solid job in Nathaniel Parks. Charles, I put a like on your channel, and I'm a Washington fan, but good sportsmanship. Well, best luck to you, too. I appreciate you and the donation, Charles. I always welcome having opposing fans here into the chat, as long as we just don't let people just, let's talk football. Let's talk about, are you excited about having a team built from the front four like that? Do you want to be built defensively moving forward? Do you want to just be a run? You got Antonio Gibson there as your bell cow back now. Do you want to just build into that old kind of 1970s, 1980s football team? I mean, it worked for you guys in the late 80s and the early 90s. You won a couple of Super Bowls with that model of team back in the day. And there's it's like our fan base. We fall in love with the let Russ cook stuff, but a lot of our successes recently in getting those Super Bowls is built around a quarterback whose attempts are minimized and the running game is maximized. Nas says, imagine if we take a piece from the Rams and start using 1 and 2 wide receiver sets. I saw the Rams come out with one and send them in on a streak. Imagine that with DK. Look good? I'd love to see they've torn out of a page out of the Rams playbook before. I wouldn't mind seeing them do it again. Brenda, how you doing, Brenda? Welcome on to the chat. Thank you for joining us. No one wants, I remember the days with 90. Far off are those days, Nolan. Randall says, if LJ were drafted in round 2, would you like him more? Not really. To me, Randall, I mean, if I'm looking at the draft value of an upper level 4 tech who's going to be a run stuffing 4 tech with limited pass rush, that's a 4th or 5th round pick to me. I mean, look at Alton Robinson and what you got in him in the 5th round. He's shown you more juice as a pass rusher to me than LJ Collier has. I think Collier's gotten more snaps than he has. He's had more opportunities, and he's had a moment here or two he's flashed, but he's also not been as consistent in stopping the run as I had hoped he'd be this year. That's the thing we have to address here as well with LJ Randall, is that there's times he does not set the edges as well as I'd like. He's okay. He's good at times, but he's not dominant like I thought he'd be in that attribute of his game. No, 4th or 5th round selection at best for me on him. Brenda, you have a good night too. Thank you for joining on in the chat. Appreciate it. Ryan Raybolt, man, did we do good today? We did do good today. It felt good to get a blowout win, didn't it, Ryan? Kale, there were some snack snidings. Lots of snacks all over the field, Kale. Butterfinger bars on the field and Snicker wrappers. It only must mean one thing. There was a Harrison. But he looked good. 6 tackles. Looking good. Looking real good. Giovanni says, do you think the Browns could win the AFC North after the Steelers lost tonight? There's a chance of it. The Browns are very well put together, and they've embraced what I was just talking to what I was just talking to Charles about, being that you got a team that embraces playing good defense, getting after the quarterback, and then running the ball. Browns have 2 sensational running backs, and they seem to have gotten better offensively since Odell Beckham went down to an injury. Because they've embraced that model, not trying to be so pass happy and turning Baker Mayfield into Russell Wilson, but just keeping Baker Mayfield as sort of a very good game manager. They could do it for that reason, but I still think that the Steelers will pull it together and get the division. It's hard to see the Steelers losing to the Browns in the division. It's just they just made them their little just bitch for so many years. It's just like I don't think the Browns are quite ready. They're close. Charles says, Seahawks have to prepare for Chase Young and Montez Sweat next game. I am no troll, just a fan of the Washington football game. The key on this one, Charles, is you're 100% correct. If we go into our 7-step drops, if we go into the model of games we saw before this game, the collection of 4 or 5 games we saw before this game today, which was Russell patting the ball, holding the ball back there in the pocket, holding it, waiting. And then the pass rush gets to him. You guys are going to make that he's going to look horrible because you guys are going to turn up that heat even a little bit more than what we've seen prior. We've got to embrace the short passing game and getting the ball out of Russell Wilson's hand quickly, along with committing to the run. Those have got to be just like it's what we saw today is exactly what we got to implement next week. If we do that, I think we can be successful against your team, Charles. But if we fall back into that old habit of trying to just go for the chunk plays and the deep ball, you guys are going to win the game. You guys will win the game. I really think there's a certain simplicity to it in that respect because you have the pass rushers to do it. Randall says, breaking news, no more Cleveland Indians, now Cleveland baseball team. Is that real? That can't be real. Matthias, almost 500 viewers and only 52 likes. Everyone liked the video for the Hawks Nest. Yes, please, folks, do smash that like button. I know it's annoying when I gotta smash this like button. My finger's tired. But you help me out by a ton by doing it. It helps me show up on the algorithm on the searches, not just for today, but moving forward. It helps the channel grow. We're on the road to 5,000 subscribers. We're rolling strong. I do appreciate it. Nathaniel Parks should have drafted Sweat instead of Cody Barton. Agreed, Nathaniel? Agreed. They overthought that one. They got a little too cute on that one. And they felt it on that day. Make no mistake about it. FU, we could have signed Logan Ryan when he was a free agent. Well, the thing with Logan Ryan FU is there's a couple points I'd argue to you on this one. Number one, Logan Ryan is mainly a 3-4 cornerback. And so what you're going to want him to do is a variety of different things. And he rushes the passer well, plays the run well. He could be like almost a little bit of a box safety at times, but we can then cover. He's got a lot of myriad of skills, which is probably better and more of the 3-4 that allows you to move him around all over the football field. The other thing is that if you're going to have him in a 4-3, he's probably going to be a slot corner for you. He's not going to play on the outside. Ugo Amadi was the best player was our best defensive player on the football field today. And Ugo Amadi's a guy that we've not talked about enough throughout this year. And part of it is that it's a little of the old offensive lineman mantra of things of that you don't mention their names, you just forget about them, but they're doing their job. They're getting it done. And Ugo's been getting it done all season long in that slot role since he's taken over for Marquise Blair. He makes plays on the ball. He did a tackle in the bubble screen game. He had an interception where he almost could have picked off the ball and housed it. He had another short where they were running a little zone. And he was playing the zone perfectly where he's very close to the offensive player who caught the ball, but it was like a 3-yard catch early on in the game. He's assignment correct. He doesn't get beat. He plays the ball in the air, something that we're knocking the hell out of Shaquille Griffin on, right? I wouldn't do that with Ugo. Ugo's got some ball skills. I love this kid's upside. And him in that slot role, I think, has been one of our better players out there on the defensive side of the ball. So that's what would make me hesitant to say Logan Ryan would be an answer for us on that FU because I don't know Logan will be playing all that much better than what we've seen Ugo be playing at. Charles says, now I don't feel so bad for being a Washington football team fan anymore, especially if they took the Indians baseball team name away. Oh my God, they're taking the Indians away. This must be real. Oh my goodness. Well, I just hope that our totem Seahawk doesn't eventually become offensive. I hope our totem Seahawk doesn't become ruled at some point that they gotta change that one. That would suck, huh? Bold Hazard, the only way for the Bears to make the playoffs is for the Cardinals to lose, so I want them to lose, and I also want the Packers to just get creamed in the playoffs. I get it, Bolt. I get it. You got Aaron Rodgers has got the most punchable face in the NFL by far. He's taking over the crown from Cutler on that one. And they could, man. It's possible. Like, that Cardinal team's just not quite baked yet this year. They're probably going to be very dangerous moving into next year, especially if they continue to make the smart moves, as they're now past rebuilding and they've got the quarterback, they've got the line in place, they're getting the defense in place. So now they just need to make their little more adjustments, but they're going to be good moving into next year. But right now they're still a little they're still finding their way a bit. What's up, Dark RH? How you doing? Giovanni says, Bolt, don't worry. Sorry, Giovanni. Seahawks rain. Adams is balling. He gets pressure on the quarterbacks, something this defense hardly does. I agree, Seahawks rain. And look, guys averaging over a sack a game, I think. If he has a little bit of liabilities in coverage and he's providing great run stuffing role and he provides you this kind of pressure, there's some value to be had on this defense in that form, and you can build around that, especially if you learn him better and especially if you get better in the blitz game. Maybe you make some schematic adjustments to take better advantage of that as we move forward. So I like it. I love it. Dark Right says, bro, the Steelers are so overrated. They're more of a 10-6, 9-7 team than an 11 in record was misleading, especially since they were all against bad teams. I'm not sure if they're a 10-6 team, 9-7 team. You may be right, Dark RH. I think they're a pretty good team. Are they an undefeated? Are they a 14-1, 13-3, 12-4 team? Maybe not. I think they're probably 12. 12-4 feels right. They feel like a 12-4 team with the way they played, Dark RH, so far this year. But they may have peaked too early, and the injuries may have caught up to them. Randall says, I don't care what anyone says. Jamal Adams is a baller. Pay his ass. Was thinking today he's won more games this year than his entire combined career with the Jets. I didn't actually verify that. It sounds right, though, right, Randall? It feels right. So we'll just call that right. I agree. You're going to pay him. And this is part of why I've said to folks, we got to be careful with our salary cap. We can't pay Shaq, can't pay Carson, because you're going to have to pay Adams, and then you're going to still need to go out and do a little bit of work out there in free agency. So that being the case, then we got to just pay him. And it's not going to cost even as high as what we thought maybe when we made the trade at the time, where I thought it might go up as high as $18 million per year. I think you're going to be able to lock him in about $16 million per season, or less than what you're paying Bobby Wagner. Jose says, Dunbar or Griffin? I'd go back to Dunbar, Jose, but that's as much about cost effectiveness, right? This is a little bit, Jose, to mention that, it's a little bit of the Hyde-Carson thing, where it's not that Hyde is a better player than Carson or exactly the same as a player. It's that I get Carlos Hyde at 1 year, $4 million versus the potential of having to pay a 3-year, $27 million deal to Chris Carson and $13 million guaranteed. When that's the options on the table, I'm gonna try to remove some risk there, especially when it comes to the running back position. Same thing is going to be true with the cornerback room. Bringing back Dunbar is going to probably cost you, a 1 year, $2 million deal. He's missed most of the season. He's got some injury concerns. He's got the whole off-field stuff from this prior offseason. Probably not going to cost you a lot of money versus Shaquille Griffin, who's probably not as good a cornerback as he is, getting offered a 4-year, $37.5 million deal out on the open market. No thanks. No thanks on that one. Charles says, nice channel. Hope Washington gets the W next week against the 12th man. Good luck, Seahawks fans. If we lose, you can fly seagulls over my head and watch the white crap fall on my head. Well, thank you, Charles, and best luck of you guys next week. I don't hope you win next week, but you can win every other game after next week, except for if we have to play you in the playoffs. So you'd have to lose twice more throughout the year. Every other game other than those two potential games win out. Seahawks reign. If we let Adams walk, shaking my head, he plays with energy. We need him. There's no chance of him letting him walk. You do still have 1 year of club control at $10 million of him as well. So he's on the hook still. They can change his contract terms moving into next offseason, but he is still right now locked in on that 1 year, $10 million rate. Have a good one, Bolt. Appreciate you jumping in, and good luck to you Bears moving forward. Giovanni, we need to beat the Washington. Don't be kicking anybody out, D-Nugget. Let them roll. We got let them roll. Randall says, how much do we think Von Miller commands in the offseason? Seems somewhat similar to when Justin Houston left KC, 14 to 16 million per year. Way less, Randall, way less. You've got to consider right now you've got so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So the 9 teams right now that I had that had pretty significant amount of negative cap space right now as we move into next offseason, where they still have to find money to sign draft picks. They're going to need to get underneath. New Orleans is at $95 million. The Eagles are at $63 million. The Falcons are at $25 million. The Steelers are at $20 million. Packers at $20 million. The Rams are at $17 million. The Chiefs are at $15 million. The Texans are at -$12 million. The Raiders are at -$7 million. What this means is you're going to depress salaries into this next offseason. There's not as much money out there to spend. So guys aren't going to have teams competing against each other for their services. It's going to be like, here's your offer, take it or leave it. A lot of those type of situations. And I would think something similar here, where Von Miller is not going to be looking at probably like a 2-year, $16 million deal. It's like half that amount, Randall. He's coming off a major injury, and he's old. Dino's Discount Smoke says, go Redskins. Dino, we shall see next week. Thank you for dropping in the chat. Nolan Wall says, who do y'all hate more, the Niners or the Rams? I think we're pretty consensus on this, that the Rams annoy us, but we hate the Niners. I might be off on that. Slim God Mills, could DJ Dallas be Carson if we let him go? I like what I've seen from Dallas. No, not the same player as far as what Carson is. Certainly not as strong a runner between the tackles. He's not going to be able to push the pile as well or drive forward as well or fall forward as well. He's got maybe a little bit more, shake to him, maybe a little bit, maybe. But no, my best hope for DJ Dallas at this point is a third down back of the future that we can develop into that role, Slim God. And we'll see even in that respect. I've been a little lukewarm on DJ overall. Giovanni says 49ers lost the Washington football team. Imagine. They've been beat up, man. They're injured this year. It's tough when you get a lot of your roster beat up. Voodoo Magic says Penny Hart won't be on the roster when Josh Gordon comes back. That's correct. He will be off the roster at that point. Charles says, I've been very respectful here. Me being a Washington fan, I even bought a super chat, laughing out loud. He didn't even respond to it, but I will never be a troll. I responded to it, Charles. I'm behind the chat. Charles, I try to, if I can, respond to every question or comment within the chat if I can. And I'm getting worse about it as we get more viewers because I'm getting further and further behind at times. But that leads me to be behind the chat by quite a bit because I'm trying to address everybody. I want to give you guys that kind of respect. Randall says Carson has more juice than Carlos. I don't pay Carson, though. We should get 3 or 4 and a third or a fourth and a comp pick when Houston signs him. Probably get one for Shaq, too. Agreed. FU, we can get Jordan Howard next season. Jordan Howard would be a great suggestion, FU. That's just what I'm thinking. Player like that. Not exactly the same player that you're going to get in Carson, but not that far off either in the same respect. Elizio Colon says, Giants D played well today. Brutal special teams turnover and the offense couldn't move the ball. Cardinals had a short field all day. It's the tough part of having a young team, Elijah. You have one game they look good. Next game they kind of fall back. It's them finding their way and finding the consistency that will arrive in a couple of years. And one of the reasons last week I was pointing to a lot of Giants fans saying, I know you're feeling good about yourselves this year. Your team's solid. You're pointed in the right direction. Next year should be what you should be looking towards as far as really embracing the potential of getting to even a Super Bowl. I think a good offseason and things continuing to build off of what you've done this year will help you get there, but you're not quite ready yet. A lot like the Cardinals team that you played today. Just inconsistency and a little too young. But you're on the road. You're on the right path. Randall says, do you think we don't use the sixth tackle this year like we did in 2019 because of a lack of personnel or injuries? Cedric seems perfect fit, but he's fragile. Potentially Randall. I think, too, you had a former tight end convert out there recently in how you're doing it. They used to do it with Alvin Bailey, though, too, who was a pure left tackle. But I don't know why they don't do more of that. I guess maybe they just feel like they've got so many tight ends this year that they just want to go traditional tight end instead. But you could make the argument that maybe they block a little bit better in those 3 tight end sets if they brought out that extra lineman like they used to. They've had so much success with that over the years. Decaf says, I feel like winning next week is so important, but winning and being able to be pretty healthy coming out of the game would be huge. The most important thing, Decaf. It is. Because at this point, we can make our hopes about the first round bye and home field advantage to the playoffs, but that is a wide, huge, long shot. You know, and as somebody mentioned here before, the odds maker would put us as 99% chance of making the playoffs. So we know we have a really good chance of making the playoffs. We know we really have not a good chance at all of getting that number 1 seed. So that at that point in time for me, as far as how I work it through in my mind, says, okay, well then the importance here is not necessarily to win out. That'd be nice. I'd like that. I'd prefer that. But really the importance this year is at this point getting the health right, especially when you consider that even getting that home field game means that you don't have any fans in the stadium, so you lose much of your home field advantage in that respect. That's the way I lean. D-Nugget, Danny Dimes lost to our rivals today. He did, but he still got a super cool nickname. Randall, everyone who's a regular on the channel should check out Brandon's latest video on the Super Bowl season. Oh, yes, if you folks weren't aware and you didn't see it on your notifications, the latest Great Seahawk Moment video is out this week. I did the Super Bowl win from 2013, so if you haven't had a chance to check that out, please do check that video out. B-Ross says, could we keep Lockett and bring in T.Y.? Moore, Olsen, Dorsett, and Hollister are all gone, and that opens up an opportunity to bring in T.Y. I would lean more in the direction of when you look at the roster and you look at Seattle, knowing that they only have 3 draft picks as we move into this offseason, you would have to think that Schneider, who usually likes to assemble a collection of picks, is going to want to find a way to get more draft capital back. Maybe that's a Rashad Penny trade. Maybe that's a trade with a guy like Lockett, though, who's carrying a little bit of cap hit going into the final year of his deal. You're not going to sign him to a new contract extension because a year from now you got to sign DK Metcalf to a $25 million per year contract. So you're not going to have your number 1 wide receiver making $25 million per year, your number 2 wide receiver making $12 million a year, and your quarterback making $37.5 million per year by that point. That's too much resources invested in just 3 players on the offensive side of the ball. So it's more likely you're going to have to send Lockett off to a team that's going to want to pay him to that next contract, get back the 2nd or 3rd round value back in return, and then go a little cheaper at the wide receiver position. To me, it's more likely, B-Russ, that you're looking at DK, a T.Y., Swain, Gordon situation than you would with what you kind of proposed there. Because that's the cheaper realm. Brian Roberts, Shoddy, is it Texans or Dallas? I don't know what Dallas does, but it sounds like there's some heat for him going to the Texans. That would be interesting. Roxanne says Gordon will be ready to play starting with the Rams game in Week 16. Big time getting him back for that game, Roxanne. Big time. We're going to need all our horses for that game too. Jose Puna played today. He did play. He had one good play. I saw one play. He wasn't as good as he's been playing up to this point, but he was out there. Mark Hawk, Snacks looked really good. DeMontre Moore coming back for passing downs will be huge for pushing and disrupting the pocket. Agreed. Moore's probably at this point a little bit ahead of where Alton Robinson is as a pass rusher in that rotational role that he would probably be filling in at, and it just rounds us out that much more, I think. He's not sensational, but he's all right. He's pretty good, and it'll help. You know, the pass rush should be a lot better. You're getting Carlos Dunlap back in too. Yeah, Roxanne, he did have that interception. That's what I was thinking. He had that interception where him and KJ went for it. Man, there's been more interceptions this year in a defender's hands that have just been right. Just in and out of the hands over and over. Decaf says, who do you think our odds are to win the NFC, and what are the other NFC contenders' odds? I would probably put the Packers at the highest odds as we stand right now. I would probably say they're probably about 80%. Let's call them 85%. Let's say the Saints are 75%. Let's say, I would say with Seattle, it's like 50-50. And then with like Tampa Bay, it'd be like 30%. And the Rams are probably 45%. How do you like that for specific numbers? D-Nugget, I missed the sound effects. You're the only one who missed the sound effects. There was a lot of blowback this week on the Dono sound effects. Randall says, I think Adam Schefter had a Shefty shoddy bomb. That's awesome. Edward Figueroa, big Jets fan. I'm happy because I want Trevor Lawrence. Looks like you're going to get him, Edward, and you should feel happy about him. It's very, very inoften that we get generational quarterbacks coming out of the draft. Yes, there are quarterbacks that get taken number 1 overall. Jared Goffs, even your Peyton Mannings that are exceptional prospects coming out. But there's few true generational quarterbacks, few just no flaws to their game. Just absolutely, they're going to be good on the next level. And Lawrence, I think, is going to be that type of guy. I think he's going to be that type of guy. Jeffrey Huggins, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry I'm a little late to respond to it. I do appreciate it. Says, love your work, brother. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, and thank you so much. I salute you, my man. Thank you for that donation. D-Boy with the $2 donation. He says, just want to say mod squad to all my mod bros. Hey, D-Boy, I appreciate you, man. You are my mod leader, my mod general. You lead my troops into battle. I appreciate you. D-Boy says it's Dwayne Brown last year playing what should we do? It's Dwayne Brown's last year playing what should we do? Should we make some type of trade, or is there someone on the team that you can trust to protect Russ's blind side? I did have an idea of a guy I was thinking of, and he's going to come to me soon. There's a guy like the Steelers. I mentioned the Steelers are over the cap. They've got some decisions that they have to make necessarily. I would be open to a guy like Villanueva, who they've had there playing for a long period of time. The guy very much similar to Andrew Whitworth, just a big, tall, long left tackle. I think that the key on the next left tackle you bring in is, rather than finding the prospect, which you had the opportunity to do in this last draft with the deepest tackle draft that we've seen in the last 15 years. But we didn't do that, so I'd go this route instead, which is to go back to what you did with Dwayne Brown, what we've seen the Rams do with this position. Find the veteran left tackle out there, maybe who's played on a lesser team, who's still got a little bit of gas in the tank. You're not going to have 10 years of play with them out there, but you look to get 3, 4, 5 years of good play out there, and then until you can find something else and do it all over again. I've got another suggestion at left tackle. There was one other guy I was looking at. Let me check my notes. Trent Williams looks like he's going to maybe potentially be out there on the market as well. Niners, I know, are going to try to probably re-sign him, and probably will re-sign him. Even a guy like Cam Robinson with the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's a guy who might be interesting out there as well. So those would be potential targets. There's a couple guys. Edward Figueroa says Sam Darnold sucks. He does, Edward, but there's a lot of data here with your head coach and the way he's treated offensive quarterbacks. I mean, look at Tannehill, and Tannehill playing a lot better with the Titans than he ever did with the Dolphins. I do wonder if Darnold's put into a better situation, because the place you're put as a quarterback matters. It does. And any position, it matters. If you're put in a bad situation, if you're a zone cover corner and you get drafted by a man corner team, oh man, he's exposed, he sucks, he's a horrible player. Well, what if he went to a zone corner team? Well, maybe he'd look a little bit better. And I'm a little bit still wondering with Sam if not he'd be in that position and situation. Because when you look at the Jets, I like Becton, I like the signing of Fant and how they took care of their 2 bookend tackles there. But we'll look at the rest of the team. I mean, who's out there at the skill positions? You got Frank Gore at 49 years old out there toting the rock. And Rashad Perryman, first-round bust as your main wide receiver. He doesn't have a lot out there to throw to. He's not been given a lot of help, not between his head coaching and not between what he's been given on the outside. If I was a team that was in need of a quarterback right now, I might buy low on Mr. Donald. I might throw that second or third round pick out there to go get him, especially if I got the team around him that's a lot better a situation than what he's been dealing with. TJ, better late than never, and I appreciate you jumping on in, my man. Thank you. Nolan Wallace says, hate the Packers. Well, you're not going to have to sell us on that, Nolan. We're on board that. We're on board that ship. We've left the dock. No one's jumping off that one. Jose Rodriguez says Jets fans are loyal. God bless them. Jets fans are loyal fans. They are. You got to give New York fans that in general. I mean, them versus, like, let's say, Los Angeles fans. Los Angeles fans, when it comes to the Lakers, are loyal. Every other sports franchise, though, it gets a little sometimes, you know. But with the New York equally sized, big-sized city and stuff, those people are, the teams they love is the team they love. And if they're Jets fans, they're not a Giant fan. If they're a Giants fan, they're not a Jets fan. They're very, very particular in that way. Nathaniel says, look back at 2016 when we had Rawls at the running back position. Love Carson, but if we can get a Rawls-like running back, I got to lean away from Carson. It's always been my point with it, Nathaniel. You can find these type of running backs later on in the draft. You can find a Phillip Lindsay that the Broncos took a couple of years ago. You can find guys that just drop for whatever reason, but are solid running backs who fit the form and model of what they're looking for. And if you can find it cheap for a couple $100,000, why spend $9 million a year on it? That's how you got to find places you save money on the roster. You can't pay everybody. If you want to maximize a roster out, you got to know what positions you can devalue and know what positions you got to almost kind of overvalue. Seahawks reign. The football team are now talking smack 2020 crazy. They may not have a football name, but they're feeling themselves. Randall McDaniel says, Allen Robinson for the Bears sure is a nice player. Be nice to snag him. He's a free agent after this year. He's never had a quarterback. He's third contract. That is correct. Who knows how good he is? And before this, Randall, of course, he was playing for the Jaguars with Blake Bortles throwing him passes. That's how he earned this contract with the Chicago Bears. Completely could be a depressed value player who, once he gets with a legitimate quarterback, will really, really, really show out. Unfortunately, I think there's a lot of smart general managers in the league that are going to recognize that about him. And I think it's going to push his value up. When I was looking at the wide receivers last night, and you're looking at the free agent wide receivers that are out there beside him, you know, you've got T.Y. Hilton, you've got Corey Davis, who's finally starting to show out, former first-round pick for the Titans, who's looking really good this year. Josh Gordon, of course, will be there. But then you've got Allen Robinson, who's really the crown jewel of the wide receiver free agent class right now as it stands. So he's really going to probably get some good offers out there, and I doubt it'll probably be above what we could offer. Though he would be good. He would be a good, perfect fit for Russell. Totally not. Jake says half the chat is mods. Well, totally not, Jake. We get. I know it's a small channel, but you would be surprised the amount of trolls we get, my guy. It gets crazy. Ellie Ducksworth, what's up, Ellie? Edward says Jets don't belong in the NFL level. That's the beauty, though, Edwards, to give you a little bright light. I mean, things can turn around. The one right hire in the one right position, the one right situation can turn everything around. It's the one sport out, baseball, it's not this way. Basketball, it's not this way. Even the NHL, it's not this way, where it takes a long time. Look at our Mariners, where it's just getting anything turned and fixed, and it just year after year after year, you end up waiting. And I know the Jets have waited for a long period of time, but where they've positioned themselves right now, the Jamal Adams trade, which was a smart trade to get the draft capital they could, to clear out the cap space like they have, to be able to get Lawrence on that rookie deal with their salary cap space they have to spend, they're positioned as long as they hire the right head coach to take off. And there might be a head coach who finds that situation looking mighty appealing with the Trevor Lawrence coming in. So have faith. Have faith, man. May get good yet. Ellie says next week is going to be a defensive game. Comes down to our defense because their front seven are going to get after us. It's what it comes down to. I think so too, Ellie. I think too off of their deep front four getting after us, Ellie. It's going to be, you saw today, we embraced the short passing game and we embraced it from the first quarter to the fourth quarter. Can they do, well, by the fourth quarter, we were running every play, but through the end of the third quarter when we were actually trying, we continued through the whole game, didn't go away from it. If they embrace the short passing attack to deal with the quick pressure that they'll sometimes have to deal with, it's a way to neutralize it. And I think it'll be a big key to this next football game as well. Randall says, do you think the offseason is going to be an arms race with the cap decreasing? I think it's going to be nuts who we see become available. Seattle should continue to be a destination for vets ring chasing. I would think so, Randall. And I think it's going to put a lot of players who might normally be thinking about maximizing their contract, who look at the offers on the table that would be considered their maximized offers versus going to a winner that's a couple $1,000,000 less. And the separations in those offers is not as wide a mark as it would be in a normal off season, making it more advantageous for that player to say, to hell with it. I'll take the 1-year flyer and we'll see if the cap goes back up to 200, 225 the year after that. And then I can go and get that last contract at that point. I absolutely 100% believe this offseason's, it's a huge story that looms over this offseason for teams, in that you can really go out there and stack a football team unlike any other offseason that we've seen since the free agent period began. You've got to be creative and smart in how you do it. You're going to have to be patient to strike at the right time. You know, you're going to need the insider info on what's going on with other teams and who is going to be truly available. But there is so much fruit to pluck off those branches if they're just smart about it. And I hope Seattle is. But the fact that they do have a Russell Wilson, the fact that they're a good team, the fact that it's a destination location, it should help us, Randall, in that respect. D-Nugget says, oh, snap, the Bills won. Wow. You know, well done by the Bills. Bills are a good team, man. They can make some noise in the playoffs. They're built to make some noise in the playoffs. D-Nugget says, do you think Philip Dorsett would have been a big help? He was kind of good on the Pats. I did not understand the signing when I heard it coming down just after free agency, D-Nugget, and I still don't understand it to this day. He played mainly the slot for the Pats. He's never been really a good receiver on the outside at the NFL level. And he was very good for the Pats as a slot receiver last year, but you've got Tyler Lockett for the slot. So when are you going to take Tyler Lockett off the football field for Philip Dorsett? It's part of why the signing just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. TJ says, Emmett's a mod. Hell yeah. Well, I opened up the mods this week. I was not going to have a repeat of last week. I will not have Giants fans taking over my show. Dirty, filthy Giant fans. Ahmad says the Steelers got their insults shoving up their ass. It's good to hear. Edward, please tell me the Jets are going to draft Trevor Lawrence. They will absolutely draft him, Edward. They'll absolutely draft him. I guess there's a tiny chance, Edward, that somebody tries to trade one of their quarterbacks to them for him. But I don't think the Jets are even stupid enough to do something like trading Dak for something. No, I don't think so. So, Quindon, and with the first pick of the draft, the New York Jets select Sarah Fuller, kicker extraordinaire. Imagine the team doing that just for a PR move. Matthias, Hawks Nest in the chat. What do you think of Jordan Brooks? I think he's coming along. Would have had a sack today, but a penalty got called back. Dude hits and is a very fast linebacker. Yeah, I think he's played pretty good in spurts. And Matthias, is part of the problem is, of course, they're only going to really trot him out there in base situations where he'll play the will in base defense, and then when they go to nickel, you'll see KJ Wright slide from the Sam over to Will. So he leaves the field in those situations, which does reduce his overall number of snaps. But what I do see is what we saw a little bit on his college tape where he's fast. He got nailed in coverage a little bit last week. Better today. Been better throughout the season up until last week's game. But it's good to see. He's coming along. I still do maintain, it's going to be my mantra with this, that his eventual best position will be as a middle linebacker as opposed to playing the will. But he could still be a fairly solid will for us. Enrique M says, if the Chiefs beat the Saints, do we become the number 2 seed? No, Enrique, we need both the Packers and the Saints to both lose an NFC game to have that tiebreaker in our back pocket to get the first seed, which is probably not likely to happen, unfortunately. TJ, Sarah Fuller is the next Sebastian Janikowski. I don't know what you're talking about. Brady R, how many years does Jamal Adams have on his contract? Jamal Adams has the 5th-year option remaining on his deal, which is worth, I believe, $10 million plus per for the last year of his deal. There will be a new contract made at that time. Part of this deal was that if he's traded to a contender, he has to play this season, his 4th year, essentially on the $3.6 million salary that he was due to be paid. But the other side of that coin is that then he wants to be paid after the season, which I would expect Seattle to do. And I would expect it to be about $16 million per year. And I'm okay with paying that too, by the way, Brady. Roxanne says, for the Hawks to secure the first round bye, they have to win out. Green Bay has to lose 2 games, preferably to the Panthers and Bears. Saints have to lose all 3 or at least 2 games to the Vikings and Panthers. Tall task, and Roxanne looks like a tall task. I just don't think that's a lot of stuff outside of our control that needs to happen. Too much. Randall says, speaking about DK, he's very adept at the intermediate passing game. Every time he catches the ball, I expect him to bust loose. Really enjoyed watching the kid grow. Legit superstar. Absolutely legit superstar. He's rounded out his game really well. The defense is taking away the deep passing game. What does he do? Great players adjust. Okay, fine. You want to bracket me over the top with a safety if I go deep? I'll just take advantage of the fact your cornerback's going to play 10 yards off coverage off me because he's scared to death of my speed. Beautiful to watch, beautiful to see. All that much more reason why I can continue to say the kid's not only on the Hall of Fame trajectory, he's on the Calvin Johnson trajectory of dominance. He absolutely is. Not the same type of player. They don't move the same, all that other stuff that people have said before, but from a production standpoint, from a domination standpoint in the game, he's got it. NCC Lucario. What's up, NCC? NSS. I'm sorry, NSS Lucario. I struggled to read. D-Boy says, I think there are so many mods here, we're scaring everyone away. Everyone, you don't have to be scared. Let's go, chat. Don't be scared, chat. The mods won't shoot you away. Brady R, if we win next week and the Cards lose, we clinch a playoff spot, I think. I believe that sounds right, Brady R. That sounds right. That would be nice to be able to clinch, because then if you know that you'd have no chance at the first round bye going into the next couple games, if you're going to try for the Ram game, make no mistake about it, but what if you go into the Niner game knowing things are fairly well situated, giving you the opportunity at that point to maybe rest guys because the Niner game doesn't really matter at that point. You can get almost like a poor man's bye at that point. NSS says, imagine Josh Gordon in the playoffs. I'm just imagining him just like this caged beast, Lucario. This caged beast who's been sitting week after week, just let me out, Goodell. And he's like screaming, and his voice is like echoing through a chamber, and he's just, his hair's wild, and his eyes are huge, and then he finally gets let out, and he just plays with just this like anger and just takes it out on every other team that he plays. I hope that's what we get. And I think we will. I think he will, and I'm legitimately excited about this kid and what he can do on the football field. I said it last year. I want more of these receivers that are like the DKs or like Josh Gordon, less of the Tyler Lockett, Paul Richardson, Doug Baldwin types, more of the bigger body wide receivers, because I think Russell's a little bit more comfortable throwing to those kind of receivers, especially on the trust throws. Sebastian Skill says, I would call it Washington Justice, because social justice warriors forced the name change, and being the nation's capital would be a cool turnaround for the team. Washington Justice. Oh my God. TJ Wilborn says, I wonder if DK has a twin. Well, they're not a twin, but Josh Gordon's at least like a younger looking brother. The GOAT 209, Leonard Fournette was about to sign with Seattle, but Tampa Bay got him. Thoughts? I've maintained Leonard Fournette would be a great fit for us. There's a lot of people down on Leonard Fournette, and then they look at Tampa Bay and they go, oh, look at him with Tampa Bay. He's still not very good. I would fall in line with saying he's a better fit for us with what we'd ask him to do with the inside zone stuff. And Tampa Bay, with more of their trying to hit the deep shots and less of their commitment to the running game, just really weren't going to be in a position to take advantage of what he does to be at his best. But Fournette, I believe, is a free agent at the end of the year. Those folks out there that are talking about Chris Carson, would you want to pay Chris Carson 3 years, $27 million with $13 million guaranteed, or do you want to spend $2 million in a 2-year, $8 million deal on Leonard Fournette? Or something even lower than that? You know, to me, that's the better application of resources in that given scenario. Jeffrey Huggins, how you doing, Jeffrey? And thank you again for that $5 donation. He says, Hawks looks better expected against the Jets. Again, though, OC play calling is not good. Second quarter, 3rd and 5. Why are you throwing the ball 40 yards down the field? I agree, Jeffrey. I can't ding him too much today, though, for it, because we got to admit, Jeffrey, that they embraced the short passing game, which we were asking them to do for the last 5 weeks. They finally did it today. So they did that. They did it throughout. It helped them be it was really the single, to me, precursor that allowed them to be really effective offensively today. But yes, I know where you're coming from on we've seen them at times on the 3rd and 1, 4th and 1s take those deep shots. They've had some success with it too. It seems to be just part of their DNA and philosophy on those situations that they think the defenses are going to run short zones, so why not attack deep because we have one-on-one coverage on the outside at that point, and they're going to trust their guys. I don't love it, but I understand it a little bit. King Taco, I hate the internet. People are negative because they sat Russ 4th quarter. What the F? I don't know why it is either, King Taco. You won't find that in this chat. You won't find that on this show. I mean, if you've got a chance to rest Russ because you're up by points, and people, this is the whole thing, King Taco, people get caught with the MVP and getting his stats. Throw that stuff aside. It's Lombardi's. It's Super Bowl wins. The MVPs aren't going to mean nothing at the end of the day as far as your legacy goes. With the quarterback, it's about Super Bowl wins. Dan Marino's got a bunch of MVPs. Peyton Manning's got a bunch of MVPs. Guess what? Those guys that have won more Super Bowls are going to be held in higher esteem than those players. Have a good night, Magic Vlogs. Appreciate you. Team 12 says the Packers beat the Panthers and Titans, then lose to the Bears, and then the Saints beat the Chiefs and Vikings, then lose to the Panthers, and we went out. We get the 1 seed. Could you see it happen? It could happen, but I don't see it being very likely to happen, Team 12s. There's about a 2.4% chance of that happening. Micah, what's up, Micah? Charles says, I'm going to bed. Good luck. I'll be here, win or lose next week. You have great football knowledge. Oh, thank you, Charles. I do appreciate it, and I love the fact you'll be coming back. I'd love any time to talk Washington football team with you. I love all NFL talks. We love all fans in here. It helps us get more of a perspective about what's going on in the NFL. So you'll find a welcome with open arms mentality here. I promise you that. TJ says, I like that we rested our starters even with our backups. Still stop them. Yeah, backups showed up on the defensive side of the ball. They did. And I like that Seattle went right. They didn't do something silly like you see coaches sometimes leave players out there for 1 or 2 series too long. And you go, get them off the field. There's no gain here. There's no upside to this. Get them off the field. Especially those guys like a Bobby or a Russ that have played a lot of games. Randall says the running back, what the F drafted is a really nice player. Washington football team drafted. Oh, I know. I scouted him, Randall. Look at him coming out. Believe me, he went to Memphis. He was a converted wide receiver at 11 touchdowns. Think he's who we wanted Pro Size to be. Yeah, he was really an interesting player to scout because it was one of those positions I scouted a lot on was the running back position, Randall, in the last draft because I thought we might draft a running back. Unfortunately, of course, we went and drafted DJ Dallas, who I did not think was going to be who we were going to look at. With that said, Antonio Gibson's fantastic. The tough part was when you looked at him in college, he had, I think, 33 attempts, but then he averaged like 9 yards a carry because they mainly played him at wide receiver there, inexplicably. Very odd for a team in Memphis. It's not that good of a football team. You got a player like that who's that talented as running back putting up those stats, and you just don't give him the football. So strange, but it was part of why I was really high on him coming out, and I like him a lot, especially where you were going to be able to draft him. I think the word got out a little bit out on him before the draft because I think he went like 3rd round or something like that, but he's going to be a legitimately good football player, I think, for years to come. And he's the new modern-day running back. Can catch passes, can run routes like a receiver, and can run strong between the tackles. Micah says, I'm doing great. How about you guys? Micah, we're doing real good here. Doing real good. Jonathan Salazar says 10-6. I know that's what we're gonna be. You say that, Jonathan, like you're preparing your soul, like you're making your bed with it. Emmett says, does DMAC have his eye on any specific cornerbacks coming out of the draft? I haven't talked to him too much on it yet, Emmett. We're going to dive into some cornerbacks though in this next draft for sure because I would see Seattle drafting, if not 1, maybe potentially even 2 corners in this draft. I expect them to end up having more than 3 picks when it's all said and done if they trade back or however they do it. But I would expect at least two corners in this draft one way or another. Micah says, should we fire Ken Norton after the season? I got to be honest with you, I'm less likely to fire him if they're going to play in this position where they're playing right now because the problem at the end of the day, defensively speaking, is holding on to a scheme that's probably a little antiquated, and specifically Coach Carroll having his finger in that particular pie, having all of his fingers in that defensive pie in his control and what he's doing. And bringing a new defensive coach in isn't going to change that. Carroll's still going to have his fingers in those pies. So he's just kind of, maybe it's just better to live with it and have him stick with what is a known quantity, I guess. Brian Roberts says, how do you guys feel? How do you guys think about Doug Peterson coming to Seattle? I'd love it, Brian. I'd love to see it as an offensive coordinator. He's a good modern offensive coordinator and understands what he's doing. I think he brings some really smart ideas. Randall McDaniel says, do you think Jonathan Stewart is a player comp for Rashad Penny? I like comps. It's a baseline way to gauge a guy. No, Rashad Penny is a poor man's Todd Gurley. And Jonathan Stewart, if you want to look for a modern day comparison for Jonathan Stewart, look no further than Jonathan Taylor, Randall. Jonathan Taylor he's a little bit lighter version, but because Jonathan Stewart was kind of low-key a tank. But he's a little bit of a lighter version than Jonathan Stewart. But Jonathan Taylor is very similar. Low center of gravity, strong runners. They run some pop behind their pads. But Penny's more of the guy that was in line with Gurley. He's nowhere near Gurley, obviously. He's drafted at the end of the first round. Gurley was like a top 10 pick. But similar. Brian Roberts says the head coach, Doug Peterson's done with the Eagles, and I think I probably agree with you, Brian. I think they're going to probably move in a different direction there. I think they may clear house there with the general manager and the head coach there at the same time. So I'd be open to it with him. Yami says, should we go with Ugo or Marquise Blair in the slot for the future? I'm kind of interested in sticking with Ugo as we go forward, especially if we can hold on to DJ Reed on the roster and have him as the backup for that slot role. I'd love to see Marquise Blair actually potentially slid back into the free safety role. I've loved what we've seen out of Quandre Diggs' play over the last few weeks. I have. But I am kind of interested to see what maybe you could have as a pairing between Marquise Blair and Adams as your two safeties back there. On top of the fact that if you made that move, you could then dump off of the salary you're owed now for Quandre Diggs. Quandre Diggs and Tyler Lockett's two salaries as we move into the next offseason are the two that I potentially see as being offloadable. If you want to create $15, $16, $17 million in cap space to go get players at that depressed value that I was talking about, those would be two players you could, and Marquise Blair is a guy theoretically you could slide out into that free safety role. And Randall, I'm with you. I wish Ugo had gotten that pick as well because it would have really been a nice little cap cherry to his play. He's been playing in this mode this well up until this point. It would have really just fallen in line with what we've seen from the guy. God, he's been right on it. And a good overall slot corner, not just a good cover guy. He's been good as a blitzer. He's been good as a tackler. He's feisty. I really like what I see out of Ugo. Just get him on the football field, and that kid's a player. TJ says, then they should change the Kansas City Chiefs. It's offensive, but they're winning, so it's fine. Yami says, agreed. Blair's a good player to keep him off the field. Yeah, you got to find a way on. Nathaniel says, trade Blair or Diggs because they both can't play free safety, and the slot role locked up. Go with Diggs over that. You can save the money, and you maybe upgrade the position where Blair theoretically is a better player than what you're getting in Diggs. So to me, that's a win-win right there. D-Nugget, OBJ is a diva, bad for the locker room, and hasn't done much lately. Yeah, I don't think OBJ is going to be a target for us. Oh, I didn't know that. Doug Peterson's from Ferndale, so he's got some local connections. You never know, guys. Maybe we're on to something here, chat. Maybe we're on to something. I don't know. Zachary Schwegler. Hey, how you doing, Zachary? Welcome on to the chat. Thanks for hopping on in. Emmett says, with Ugo playing good in nickel, is Blair just a SOL next year, or will he challenge for this free safety with Diggs if he can stay healthy? I don't think he's SOL at all, Emmett. What you really like with him is you got versatility because now you know you can play Marquise Blair at 3 different positions if you have to going into next season. That's really nice to have. I think the coaching staff, if they had their druthers seeing Ugo step out as he has, would like to slide him into that free safety role because they can save the money. And they know they're not going to sign Diggs to another contract extension. So I would think that they would look at targeting that. We'll see if it plays out that way. But at the very least, he'll be a key backup at all 3 positions. Randall says the proper terminology for asking people to like your page is smash that like button. Please do smash that like button if you are in this chat. Micah says, who was the unsung hero of today's game? I think it's Ugo. We're talking about him, and I think he was the guy, Micah, that is not, he's getting enough talk, I think, from the chat here, but probably will not be talked about enough tomorrow and the day after about how well he's played. And not just this game throughout this year, but this was his best game of the year in a year that he's played a lot of good games, really good out of the slot. Nobody's beaten us up out of the slot with him playing it so far this year. He's been one of the linchpins on the defensive side of the ball. Randall McDowell says, Ugo equals Walter Thurman. Well, they're different players, of course. Walter was a lot longer. He's about 6 foot. And Ugo's more of the conventional slot-looking guy as far as his build goes. But, yeah, certainly he could give us the same kind of production, Randall. D-Boy says, with the way Diggs been playing on the field this year and the few ITs he's had, do you think he's been lucky in the right place, right time, or do you think it's skill and he's just playing good ball? I think it's a little more of at the right time. There's been some tip balls, and the Carson Wentz throw, for instance, D-Boy at the end of the game in Philadelphia, Wentz threw it just right to him in the back of the end zone. You go, what the hell? And there's a wide open player on the play coming across the field for Wentz. Bad read, bad throw, bad everything. He's made a couple plays. I like how physical he's been, D-Boy. That part hasn't been luck. He's come in and he's laid some licks at times when he's had to knock the ball free, not just hit a guy blankly, but knock a ball free as well. And I do like Diggs as a player. I look through everything with a lens on Lockett and Diggs. It's less that they're not good players. I don't like them as players. It's just that we're going to have to create some cap space, having the 16th amount most of cap space moving into next offseason. We got to find cap space somewhere. And that means we're going to have to create some cap space in places, especially with all the players that could be available in the market. We can go through my free agent list of guys, but then there's this whole assemblage of players as you go through those teams that are going to be over the red line, needing to dial back their cap just to get underneath, that are going to release those players then on the market. It's going to lead to just a wash of players over there that you can go pick up. You're going to want to have salary cap space to get that done. Randall says, do you ever think we'll see a time when a team is named after a corporation, similar to how NASCAR does it, naming of stadiums? I never thought of that before right now. No, I don't think so. I don't think because fans have got to be able to, we go Seahawks. Well, you can go Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't have quite the same ring, right? Just doesn't quite, no. Roxanne has been hit. Thank you, Roxanne, for hitting that smash like button. Splash and skill for Cleveland's new baseball team, which is sad. That will change. I'd go Cleveland steamers, referring to the industrial industry and steam engines. Not bad. Nathaniel says, talking realistically, what will the Seahawks do? Do the Hawks sign Carson, Shaq, or both? I don't think that they signed either of those two players, Nathaniel. I think that they understand where they're at cap-wise and that they're going to have to do things in other directions here. We'll see if I'm off on this, but I just cannot see them signing Shaq to the $10 million plus per season, and the Carson one would not make any sense. When I was looking at the running backs, the thing with Carson that I thought with the running back situation was that there are going to be a lot of running backs available on the market. The problem is that a lot of these running backs have been signed to extensions like your Henry or like your Alvin Kamara. And so this has led to it literally coming down to being Chris Carson, Leonard Fournette, Phillip Lindsay, Kalen Ballage, just kind of a lot of guys at the running back position that are out there available. There's not a lot of guys I think somebody will probably end up paying Carson just because there's not a lot of options for the running backs. Jose, where's D-Mac? I don't know. D-Mac's he's working right now. He works late night sometimes, so he's got to sometimes get deep into it. Jaharad Smart. What's up, Mr. Smart? He says, we have to win out. Saints have to lose next week, and Packers have to lose against Titans. I like our chances if we win out. I like our chances. It sure sucks to have other teams do stuff or falter, especially good teams. You never like to rely on that. But we still have a chance. We have a chance. And there's only a couple games left. Deanna Pennington. Thank you for the $5 donation, Deanna. I appreciate you. I salute you, my kind My kind of woman. Oh man, I got behind on the chat. Goodness gracious, I'm so sorry, folks. Did I get? Maybe I'm not that bad. Yeah, I did. Sorry. Randall says, you made the point that Chop Chop was the best UW wide receiver in the pros. When I heard it, I thought, you're full of it. Then I hit the memory bank. Jerome Pathon, think you're right. Should have been Reggie Williams. You're right. And it's not that they haven't had some five-star wide receivers at the University of Washington or some great wide receivers. They have just no guys that got on the next level and did anything. Reggie had like one good year where he looked like he was going to go to that level, but he's part of that draft that had a lot of first-round wide receiver busts in it. And odd to see. The guy had all the skills you could ask for from a wide receiver. He should have blown things up. He should have. That one of all the receivers at the University of Washington, Reggie's the one that is the biggest head scratcher. Fiji says, I know you're saying we should trade Lockett, but I don't know if he would be the same player without Russ. Their bond is special. And it's not about the fact I think he would be the same player, Fiji. It's that you trick a team out there into being in love with Lockett, thinking they're getting a slot player extraordinaire that they can pair with their team, who they'll fall in love with, who they'll give you a third-round pick for or a second-round pick for. I don't know if you'll get that kind of value with it, but it's also looked through the lens of if you hold on to Lockett through next year and he plays out the year, he'll then be an unrestricted free agent who you're not going to be able to put a franchise tag for, so you'll lose him for nothing after next year. Because you're not going to sign both him and DK Metcalf to two new big fat contracts at the same time. Just the reality of things, it's not going to happen. So it's unfortunate, but it has to go this way. Randall says, have you seen the running back who plays for the UNC Tar Heels? Javonte Williams. Kid's a stud. I haven't, but I will. I will check him out. Randall says, Brian Roberts, what Atlanta's... Nathaniel Park says, Lawrence needs to lose the 1980s rock star hair, though. Just my opinion. I always say, Nathaniel, quarterback's got to be boring. I need my quarterback to be boring. I don't need the I'm a superstar. I want a nerd. I want a nerd at the quarterback position. I want fancy hair. I want glistening hair. Emmett Brown, I like Trevor Lawrence, but he's got flaws for sure. He has a bit of what Russ has. His anticipation throws are lacking. He really throws to a guy he doesn't see open already. And Emmett, I would argue a little bit of that is that you can excuse a little of that, seeing it in a young quarterback who's going to be an underclassman coming out. It's a little bit less, you're a little bit less apt to excuse a player who's been in the league for 10 years and who should start to know better and understand that he has to throw with more of that anticipation. But it could also be that it just is what it is. If you don't have the ability to do it, you never are really going to discover the ability to do it. But, yeah, I don't think Lawrence maybe isn't perfect to prospect, but, man, he's pretty close from that talent standpoint, Emmett, on what you draw up, what you want to see in a first-round quarterback being brought to play, the pedigree that you want to see brought to play if you're going to pick him. Randall says, do we expect Olsen and Dunbar back before the playoffs? Yes, we do. I do indeed. Randall says Trevor Lawrence is better than Andrew Luck. I agree. I think he has more arm strength. And I think he might throw with a little bit better touch. Randall says Trevor Lawrence more athletic than Peyton. Yeah, and that's why Peyton doesn't fit in that mold of the Elway Luck type, is that Manning was a great prospect coming out, but he had mastered the game cerebrally already in college. And he was doing so much stuff with that in how he was breaking down defenses and solving them through that. He wasn't doing it with mobility, and he wasn't necessarily doing it with arm strength. So he wasn't as clean a prospect because of that you get with some of these other quarterbacks. Emmett Brown, do we pay Dickinson if we're looking to save? I don't think punting is a position to pour money into. If we moved him, what kind of return could we get from an all-pro punter? Don't think you're getting a big return for him, and I would expect them to probably end up paying him as a punter because it's a couple million a year that it's going to cost you. It's not really going to ding your budget that much on a couple $1 million per year. Punters don't get paid exceptionally, even the really, really good ones. Sajarius Rez, would be fun to have a Mariners preseason stream in February or something. All right, I'll try to get something done like that, Sajarius. I've been meaning to maybe start doing a Mariner YouTube page. So we may do something like that. I'm thinking about it. I'm putting it together, so I'll try to put something together. Randall says, when you said a Steelers tackle, I thought you were going to say Alex Banner, Lincoln Kennedy's son. He's like 500 pounds. Oh, my goodness. That's a big boy. That's a big boy. No, Villanueva. Matthew James says, Russell played well today. Besides the interception, took what was there instead of forcing the issues. Play calling was a lot better and consistent with short passes and running plays. Agreed, Matthew. They really committed to the short passing game. Didn't waver off of it. Didn't try to slide back into the chunk plays. Just stuck with it. Just took what the defense was giving them. I'd love to see them do more of it, Matthew, because it will mean so much more success down the road if they can embrace that model a little bit more than they have. Mark Hawk says, is Shell out? Who starts at right tackle next week? Will Jones or Cedric be healthy? Could it be Wheeler starting next week? It looks likely, Mark, that Wheeler's the guy going to be starting. Hopefully one of those other two guys can come back because they're going to be probably better than what Wheeler is out there. But I would estimate with the way it was bothering Shell throughout the game as he was trying to play through it, that they just give him a little bit more time to see if they can let that thing cool down a little bit, especially if you're going to need him for the playoffs like we know they desperately really are. Reynolds says, I told someone today that I thought Darnold had the same skills as Rosen, just a better attitude. Turnover machine in college, turnover machine in the NFL. I mean, maybe. I think he has more talent than Rosen. I think he has more arm strength than Rosen does. I think he's more mobile than Rosen is. I think that the thing with Darnold that we have to take into account here is that the guy doesn't have a lot of. What does he have talent-wise on the offensive side of the ball for the last 3 or 4 years? Who's been his best receiver? Who's been his best running back? Who's been his best offensive lineman? What has the kid had to work with over there? I mean, maybe he is a bust. Maybe he's not good. But it's hard for me to make that determination when you don't give him a whole hell of a lot to work for. Show me a great quarterback, a phenomenal quarterback, a Watson, that you put into that kind of situation that he is that up against it from a talent level standpoint. I don't think he flourishes. I don't think any quarterback flourishes in that kind of environment. Matthias says, who are the biggest names you think we could sign in free agency with this salary cap situation coming up? Let me grab my list. With the names coming up, so I mentioned Andrew Villanueva or Trent Williams. I think that those could be two possibilities. If you see, especially if Dwayne Brown retires, that's going to free up approximately about $13 million in cap space to go out and spend. So you could go then spend the money on one of those tackles. Marquise Pouncey from the Steelers is also a free agent. It's the same thing with Villanueva, where the Steelers don't have a lot of salary cap space as we go into next offseason. They're due to be $20 million over the salary cap as we move forward. There's actually a stack of centers if Seattle wanted to look at centers. There's Andrews with New England. There's Lindsey with the Packers. The Packers are another one of those teams that are over the cap. Defensive line standpoint, you got a plethora of guys. Leonard Williams, Clowney, Houston, Ngakoue, Kerrigan, Sue, Griffin, Romeo Akawara from the Detroit Lions, Sheldon Rankins from the Saints, Corey Peters from the Cardinals, Carl Lawson from the Bengals. Any of those guys I would love to take a look at. But that would be probably the main places I'd look, is the defensive line or offensive line would be the places I'd probably target in. I mentioned T.Y. Hilton. That he'd be an interesting guy to maybe take a peek at. Maybe you could even look at a guy like Brandon Scherf from the Washington football team, who I don't think that they would franchise tag for a second straight season. Randall says, I could see Elway making a move for Wentz. He has that size Elway covets. I agree. And I think that they know now that Drew Lock's probably not going to be that guy that they had overestimated and thought would be that guy. And so I would say that I could see him doing that for sure. And they're not going to be able to be high enough in the draft to pick a guy that's one of the top guys. So it's going to leave Elway maybe in a little bit of a desperate situation. Jose says, in order for us to clinch a playoff seed, either we win out or the Vikings and Bears need to lose a game. Yep. We need some work to have it happen, Jose. It's like us win out and some other people do some more work, which makes it hard for me to see and hard to kind of count on when you can't control your own fate. Anthony Garcia says, how can I be a mod? I will consider making you a mod, Anthony. I just added like 5 new ones here. So like someone said before, we pretty much had everyone modding in the chat. I don't want to scare folks away, but I'd consider it. Roxanne says, and if any ties between the division winners occurs, the first tiebreaker is head-to-head, then conference record. Yep, and it's the conference records that's the key one that comes down into play, where we need those 2 teams to lose an NFC game. Randall McDaniel says, makes you wonder why the Jets hired Gase. He definitely didn't light it up in Miami. Basically, he was Manning's offensive coordinator in 2013 and lived off that. Am I missing something? No, you're not missing anything. And Gase's ascent in the NFL has been a bit of an odd one for that very respect. But when it comes to the Jets, this is one of the problems with them. I mean, they're a team that hired Rex Ryan. They're a team that's hired many different coaches throughout the years that were not good coaches. This is a team that hired Belichick for like a week, and then Belichick realized he didn't want the job and had to get out of there. Like they just mismanaged the coaching position, and they have for years there, not finding the right candidate. I can't explain as to why, but if I'm them, I change the way I assess potential coaching possibilities. I do one of those things where I bring an outside firm in to decide for me, because I'm going to seemingly muck it up if I'm Woody Johnson, the owner of the Jets, who's done that seemingly every time. Random McDaniel says, will Dorsett be available for the Super Bowl, or is his season done? I think he's probably pretty much close to done, man. I think he's done. Roxanne, if a tie between teams in the same division, they look at head-to-head, then divisional record. If the tie is between teams of different divisions, they go head-to-head, then conference record. That's right. Robert Rogers, who does Josh Gordon replace? Josh Gordon will replace David Moore, who will then slide down to the 4th receiver position, Robert, which then puts Swain in the 5th receiver position, which then has the kid Penny, who had that end around today, Robert, then goes to the practice squad or released. Michael C., we should have played the Giants like we played the Jets. Agreed, Michael. Short passing game. Take what the defense is giving you. The Giants were going to show you a lot of zone coverage. In zone coverage, you need to just take the underneath stuff. You need to take the easy stuff. Seattle didn't show enough willingness to do that last week, but they showed complete willingness to do that this week. Michael C. says we need a bye in the playoffs. We do. Michael would help us out. 2005, 2013, 2014. You had a bye. It helped you get to the Super Bowl. We've seen in the past, if we can get that first round bye, it helps us lock, stock, and smoking barrel get to the show. It would be huge if we could do it. Dark RH says, who do you think the top 5 teams in the NFL are? My top 5 teams in the NFL would be, I would have Kansas City in there. I can't keep the Steelers in there with the injuries that they've had, but it's the injuries that are pushing them off. Steelers, Packers, New Orleans Saints. I'm going to put Seattle in there just because I'm a homer. And I'll put the Bills in there as a surprise team. I'll put the Bills in there. Just to be a contrarian. Professor Silver Shrew says that's what I'm talking about. A blowout win that was never in doubt. We even saw our backups play for more than a quarter. You're right, Professor Shrew. Great win, needed win. Didn't we need something like this after last week? Wasn't it kind of necessary? Feels good. Professor Silver Shrew, Redskins look dangerous. Looks like it will be a close game. Better watch out for Chase Young. We better be doubling, we better be chipping. We better be helping with the tight end. I mean, don't leave that guy out one-on-one. You know, if he's going to go against Dwayne, I'll trust Dwayne with the rookie. But if he gets on for on that right side with one of our backups, help that kid out. 80-37, I live in the D.C. area. Trust me when I say their field has been an injury zone. No people from the organization. Hopefully PC looks into it. Go Hawks. Yeah, it hurt us even a couple of years ago, 80-37. Let's go back a little bit into that Washington Redskin game that we played on the road in the playoffs. That was in the RG3 game where he was on the same field The field was torn up because high school teams had been playing their playoff games there leading up to the game, and the field was just demolished, and it's already a crap field. Well, Robert Griffith goes out, tears out his ACL, but a little-known fact from that game, Chris Clemens, our most valuable pass rusher on that particular team in 2012, also went down to a torn ACL from that field. It's brutal field turf. Hopefully we can come out of this game not injured because it's a valid worry. Gavin Fultz, I still feel like we should invest heavily into the O-line. Gavin, if we invested heavily into the O-line and D-line, and that's all we really concentrated on this offseason, I would not be opposed to it. I think good results come out of investing into those positional groups. So I agree with you. I think, Gavin, the main place you really have to concentrate, in my opinion, is left tackle and left guard if Dwayne Brown retires. Solidify those 2 points. I think you got a lot of reason to believe that Posick, Damian Lewis, and even Shell can be pretty solid for you over on the center to the right side of things. Thank you again, Deanna, for your $5 donation. B. Russ, I'm not as hot on thinking Gordon is going to come in and light it up. He had like 140 yards on 7 catches over 5 games last year. Don't even think he got a touchdown. Doesn't scream difference maker to me. Well, B. Russ, a little bit of this is understanding too, though, that he comes in with no preseason, no offseason, just suddenly midseason, and he suddenly walks in through the door. How much of a rapport is he going to have? How much of the knowledge of the offense is he going to have, B. Russ? He's got to gain that knowledge of the offense before you can integrate him in as much. And Seattle was just starting to integrate him in as he was coming along, as he got suspended. So I know where you're coming from, but I think you're missing just the fact that it's very hard in the NFL to come in midseason. It's not like baseball where you're just inserting them into the lineup and just go out there and swing, bud. It's not how it is. You know, there's all the checks, there's all the audibles, there's all the look at me at the lines, there's all the adjustments you made if you see a defensive formation out there. There's so many little idiosyncrasies that go to playing the position. So, no, I think you can be excited about him. Be excited by this guy. He's legitimately talented. TJ says, I don't know the name, but there's this left tackle in the third or so. He's 6'8", 300-plus pounds, man. That's the guy. Left tackle in the third. Professor Silver Shrew, how can we invest in a line if we gave our first round picks away to the Jets? You can find it other places, said Professor Silver Shrew. I mean, you took a third round pick this last year on Damian Lewis. He might be a Pro Bowler for you this year. So it's about committing to it as much as it's about where you pick it. It's just committing to finding a guy. Randall McDaniel says, seems like Fournette's going to turn into a LeGarrette Blount. Maybe. I think Tampa Bay did two moves with Fournette and Tom Brady where they brought in 2 immensely talented players that weren't exactly fits for what they want to try to do offensively. I really do kind of trace it back to that a little bit from my standpoint of things. Dark RH says, Todd Gurley's dead, bro. Yeah, he's done now. He's cooked. Put the fork in him. Michael C. says, we need to keep it together all the way now. All the way to the end, through the playoffs, if we can get the bye. We need a bye, not so much home field advantage, but a bye would be good. Well, you get the home field advantage if you get the bye, Michael. So one goes with the other, which is nice. Gavin says, do we need to take O-line in the first round? No. Well, I can 100% guarantee you won't take an offensive lineman in the first round this year, Gavin, because you don't have a first-round pick this year. But I agree with you. You don't necessarily take a first-round pick at the offensive line. We've got a center who's a second-round pick who's playing pretty good for us. We've got a third-round pick in Damian Lewis that's playing pretty good for us over there. You invested a second and third-round pick to bring Dwayne Brown in. There's ways you can get creative about this. Dark RH says Doug Peterson is 11-2 without Wentz. Wentz is the problem. Maybe, potentially. Michael C. says Colts have Joey Hunt, our old backup at center. Oof. I fear for Phillip Rivers if he gets in there. Professor Silver Shrew, I do want someone like Quentin Nelson, but I feel like the Colts will never trade him away. It was one of my questions I posed last year at the start of the offseason, Professor Silver Shrew, I said, we need to invest in the offensive line. I said, we're not going to get the kind of a player I want to really look for getting where we're picking at that point. Would you guys be willing to give up 2-3 first-round picks for a guy like Quentin Nelson, a generational guard in this league right now? And people were kind of all over the place on the map on it. But we don't have the draft capital to make that kind of move now, but I would love to see them target a type of player like that and build up the offensive line because it removes that much more of the need of having the upper-level running back at that point. Dark RH, I'm kind of mixed with the 7th seed making the playoffs and only one first seed getting the first round bye. I think only one should get it, Dark RH. I always felt it was cheap that two teams out of each conference got it. It sort of watered down the first round bye at that point. Randall McDaniel says Wayne Gallman's a good running back. He went in the 4th round. I didn't realize he played at Clemson. He's really patient. Kind of reminded me of Le'Veon Bell. It's an apt comparison. I was impressed by him too. He broke out last week on us, man. He played really good. Really good. But you can find those guys later on. That's why you don't have to pick those running backs high or spend a lot of money on them or give them big contracts. Matthew Vesio, I think we should get the number 1 seed if the Packers lose. Matthew, they've got to lose to an NFC team. So we got the tiebreaker on that. Levi Loquist, for fantasy, I wish the Hawks didn't pull the starters. It probably was brutal. You're probably feeling pretty good if you had some Seahawks players on your fantasy squad in the 3rd quarter going, oh, we're going to stack some touchdowns up here. But they just didn't do it. You had to protect them, man. You got to protect them if you can. Mark Hawk says Crowder has been the best weapon all year out of the slot for the Jets. Ugo really did have his best game overall as a pro. For 100%, Mark. He played great. Played just outstanding. And he's played so good through the whole year. Randall says our boy Jonathan Taylor's starting to figure it out. He had 150 yards today and a couple scores. It's good to hear, man. Inexplicable when everybody was really just hammering him early on this season. So I really thought that kid was one of the safer running backs in this draft. In a draft that didn't have a lot of safe running backs to pick from. Jose, we got to 100 likes. All right. TJ, there's no one we need in the draft yet. We can't say what we need until April because this team works in mysterious ways. And we do have the free agent period. Free agent period comes before the draft, so you kind of know what your needs are going into the draft a little bit better because of that. X and Z, besides the Chiefs, is they earned a playoff spot and won their division. And Sandy Mixes says, wish they'd kept Russ in so he could get 6 touchdown passes probably. But it's fine. Stat padding won't matter if we get a Super Bowl. I agree. If he throws for those 6, would you remember those 6 or remember the Super Bowl win if it's the Super Bowl win you're trying to go for? And if you could rest Russ at this point, rest him. You can get a little bit less battering on that body. Do it. And Roxanne's completely right. You only get one team in each conference gets the bye this year. Only one team. Randall McDaniel says, could Ugo replace Diggs? We've talked about it before. They're very similar in size pedigree. More and more I watch him play Randall, the more and more I'm convinced he could. The more and more I'm convinced. If Diggs can get it done with his side speed measurables that we could match up from the combine that are almost exactly like a copy paste of what Ugo put up at his combine, why couldn't he? He seems to have the similar kind of instincts and feel for the game. I'd be interested to see him on. This would be nice to have the preseason to see a guy like Ugo playing some free safety, see how he could do in that role. I think he could. I think he's a very complete player. I think he could do it. The one question with him for me, Randall, would be the range aspect. Your free safety in this defense has to be rangy. It's got to be really. You got to win the red line. Is Ugo rangy enough for the role? I think so. I don't know. And Sandy Mixes, I think we don't re-sign Carson and probably bring back Hyde and get Penny back. Yep, you've got 1 year more, I think, of club control with Penny and Sandy Mixes, if not 2 years, I think, of club control with Penny right now because he's a first-round pick. And yeah, I think Hyde would be a good option. Bring him back again. 1 year, $3 million deal, 1 year, $4 million deal, something nice and cheap and easy. John Robinson, how you doing, my guy? I saw you texted. Sorry I didn't respond to you on that. I was just, how ugly is the game going to be next week? I don't know. If they embrace the short passing game, John, you can get some yards against this Washington team. You can score some points against this Washington team. But if they fall in love again with the deep ball and they decide they don't want to run the ball very much, it's going to get ugly then. But I have a feeling that they finally are going to start to realize that they need to embrace this model of offense. Isaac Fisher says, not really a Seahawks question, but do you see Eric Bieniemy as a good fit for the Jets' new offensive head coach paired with T-Law? Yeah, I do, Isaac. I do. I think Bieniemy is going to get a head coaching job this offseason. Somebody's going to finally hire the guy to do this. And I think that it's absolutely a fantastic option to bring in a guy like that. And what really helps them when you bring in a franchise quarterback, here's kind of the way you want to do it. Really, the rest of the team doesn't matter all that much. It gets kind of simple on this. You get your left tackle in, and in addition, if you can, fill out as much of the offensive line as you can beforehand, and then go get the quarterback. Versus go get the quarterback and then fill up the rest of the offensive line. Because what happens in the inverse of that scenario is you get the holy hell beat out of your quarterback through the first year or two, and then he's so jumpy and gun shy by the time you actually have an offensive line around him, he's not the same player, and you're not able to maximize him and get the most out of him. Especially now, because you want to get the most out of these quarterbacks when they're on those rookie deals and you're not paying them $35, $40, $45 million per season. So yeah, I think it could be, Isaac, a really good fit for them in that respect because everything's set up for them. You got Mike Becton, who I loved as a left tackle coming out of the draft. No reason not to think that he shouldn't be a franchise left tackle for you. Fant over on the right side. It gives you the bookend tackles, and now you can build on everything else around it. They just need to get him some playmakers now in addition, which I would guess they probably will now. What's up, Jeff? He says, what's up, y'all? Sorry about missing the past couple hours. Glad we got the win today. Bummer that the game was blacked out in Montana today. It was blacked out for me too, Jeff. I had to go into the bar and risk my life with the vid. Random McDaniel says, I loved Walter Thurman. I did too. A guy who probably would have gotten a little bit more out of his career if he could just stay a little more healthy for a little bit longer. Just kind of, wasn't completely made of glass, but he was made of like faux glass. I don't know. Isaac Azzo says, are the Seahawks going to extend Jamal Adams after this year? Yes, they are. I would expect it to be a 4-year, $16 million deal per season. Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $20 to $25 million guarantee. Professor Silver Shrew, if Doug Baldwin never retired, we could be looking at the most dangerous wide receiver trio in the NFL. We could convert third downs better. I would agree with you there. We would convert third downs better. I don't know if we'd be as the same. I think part of Doug leaving has helped DK's fast set, not having a guy like Doug around who is such a strong personality and voice when he was here. I don't know if he would have allowed for DK to get done what he's done there. But you probably would have been better overall from a talent depth and talent standpoint. Roxanne Rolls says, greatest UW wideout is Paul Scansey. Just kidding. I did think about that one, Roxanne, so I did not forget about Paul when I mentioned that Jermaine was the best in UW history. But I just went back and went, yeah, I mean, Paul was pretty good, but Jermaine's got the signature catches, the big-time catches, the gritty catches, and Scansey's just got that one, of course, with the Kansas City Chief game in 1991, on the end, the little Hail Mary play that Craig did. Tim Jobs, how you doing, Tim? He says, I'm shaking, RN. My 2-year-old son just said his first words. He said, is it true the Steelers were 11-2 because of cakewalk schedule? He said all that with his first words, huh? Full phrase. You got a genius on your hands, a prodigy. And I said, yes, son, they will get owned in the first round. They're trending backwards, Tim, and it's a game I've said through this stream. The football is a game of momentum. Momentum swings. Not just in a game, not just in a quarter, but in a season. You stack a couple games up, you're feeling good about yourself, then you're brought back down to earth. And you bring it, then you put it back together and you start rolling. And some teams, it's just there's this up and down phase to it. You just want to be, as you get in the playoffs, I mean, ideally, you'd love to just be on this ascent as you get better and better and better and better, and then you're peaking at that right moment. It's a little bit like how they get their bodies ready for the season. NFL players will tell you that you can't just train through the whole off season like you were in season and you're pushing your body to the nth degree every day. You're building it up to that point where it's at its maximum performance and you can push it as hard as it can get at that time of year. So there's an intelligence involved to it, but it does look like the Steelers, Tim, have peaked a little bit too soon. Tim says this is one of the realest moments of my life. Zach C says, very impressive for a 2-year-old. Must be teaching him well. Mark Cox says, if the Niners move on from Jimmy G, I'm worried they'll buy low on Darnold. I'd be worried about it too, Mark. You put Darnold with that's going diametrically the opposite direction from the head coach he has right now. And that would be very scary, Mark. I do happen to believe, though, I've got this little itching psychic gut feeling here that the Shanahan's going to make a play for Matt Ryan. He got that MVP season out of him with Atlanta. He knows that Matt can run the offense. You got to figure Atlanta, who's sitting right now currently at $25 million over the salary cap next year. You can move on from Matt Ryan and save a lot of money instantaneously just going in that direction. Don't know if they will, but I'm more apt to believe that that's probably where it'll go. Random McDaniel says, when is Breeze back? I think folks figuring out Mike Allstott under center. That's a funny comment, dude. That's low-key. I bet they give Jemison a look soon. Breeze will be back. They're going to probably have to take their time with him. Those rib injuries hurt, and you can try to tough it out, but it's one of those injuries where you go to throw and you go back and you drop your arm back and it comes forward, and right about here on your throw, coming downhill on the throw, you're going to feel it, and your stomach's going to catch a little bit. And it happens, and there's not a lot you can do. You can get injections, I guess. So Breeze could theoretically have him just give him the Toradol before the game. But it's going to make it a little harder for him, I think, to come back. I still expect him to, if they're trying to get that number 1 seed, that might push it along a little bit faster. But I don't think they'll go with Jameis. I think they're going to try to ride Taysom Hill. Enrique M says, come on, I wouldn't sign Clowney. He's washed. I'd be open to signing Clowney, Enrique, because you're going to probably get him at a lot cheaper rate than even what he signed this year at the end of the offseason, which there wasn't a big market for him already. Now coming off the knee injury, how big of a market will there be? That being the case, maybe you can get him on a 2-year, $19 million deal or something. I might be open to something like that. JSD says, could we trade it for Ramsey? No, just signed a big contract with the Rams. He's not being moved anytime soon. That's too big of a dead hit for them to move off of. Tim Jobs says, that seals the deal. I am no longer a Steelers fan. This team is a pure and utter embarrassment to the city of Pittsburgh. I'm going to the New York Jets where they know how to run a team. David Kimber, if you could have any currently active former Seahawks back, who is it? What a solid question, David. I'm thinking, by the way, that's what that drink was for. I've answered this a couple times prior and said and leaned in because it's been asked earlier this season. It's funny, I think my answer's changed now because it was Tez. Because I thought, okay, you bring back Walter, and now you're going to flop Dwayne over to right tackle. Can Dwayne play right tackle? Who knows? Right tackle. It's a really tough question, though. It's a really tough question. You look at the former players we have. You know what? Here's who I would do right now. I've got the answer right now. It's changed, David, because it was Tez early in the season. We were having so much problem rushing the passer. Right now, I'd bring back Steve Hutchinson on this team, particularly in this moment. Imagine putting Hutch next to Dwayne with the rest of the line and the way that it's filled out once you get Shell back, especially. Ooh. Ooh. Randall says, regarding comp picks, they can cancel each other out, but if someone is cut, that doesn't count against your guys you've lost who are free agents. That is correct. So the way the comp pick works is that you essentially lose a couple free agents this offseason. If we lose Carson to a 3-year, $27 million deal, that's going to get you probably like a 5th-round pick, 6th-round pick back as compensation. Shaquille signs probably a $11 or $12 million deal. That gets you back a 3rd or 4th-rounder in compensation. But if you sign a free agent, that offsets a little bit. That's going to change that value. But if you have a team that releases somebody, and that's the place they want to target probably, Randall, as much as the free agents this offseason is the guys that get released because they can offset some of that compensation, set themselves up to get picks while still bringing in the commiserate talent, but not having it count against the comp situation. Hope I didn't make that confusing enough there. Tim Jobs says, as an honest Steelers fan, I think I speak for us when I say we're frauds. We have 2 L's because we have the weakest schedule in the league. Teams like the Chiefs, Ravens, and Seahawks are way better. I don't know, Tim. I mean, don't you think some of this also, though, could be, Tim, didn't you guys just lose 2 of your front 7 guys, and especially losing Bud Dupree? I know it's just one player, and I know you got a lot of talent in that front 7 besides him, but isn't that a big hit for you? I mean, isn't that a big hit for that team? Didn't he do a lot of the dirty work there? David Kimber says, I think Sherm is past his prime. I'm talking realistically. Yeah, he is. He is. I mean, as a guy who didn't have a lot of speed in his prime and relied even on moxie, smarts, that type of thing, even back in the day, and now he's definitely has lost a step. It certainly now means more than ever that he's not what he was. I think he's still, just because he is so smart, able to get by at the position, but I don't think he'll ever be dominant again. Brian Barajas, I don't want us fans to get so happy because we got to remember they're tanking. I'm still not sure how we do with the top team. correct, Brian. You got to take the win with a little bit of salt, a little bit of salt maybe on this. Let's put this in perspective. I think we're all doing that, Brian. I don't think anybody in the chat's been over the moon on this win and said, "Oh, this means we've solved everything." I think everybody's tentatively optimistic. That's the word I'd use. David Kimber, though it's plausible he has one more good year in him. And David, think of it in this situation, David, where here's how it could play out to bring back Sherman. Shaquille Griffin goes in free agency and gets signed to an $11, $12 million deal. Would you sign Griffin to a 4-year, $11, $12 million per year deal, or go out and sign Sherman to a 1-year, $10 million deal? To me, Sherman, even though he's not as fast as Griffin, even though he's not as young as Griffin, he's probably going to play the position better than Griffin would at that price. To me, that's a feasible situation for how Sherman could come back here. And as Sherman, intimated in the news this past week, the Niners are not going to have the salary cap space to bring him back. They got too many other things that they got to figure out. Mark Hawk says, if the Hawks did pay one free agent from another franchise some big money, my wish list would have Leonard Williams number 1. He looked so good against us, and he's really turned his career around, Mark. Another guy who's left the Jets, who's better as a player once he's left the Jets. We see a lot of that, don't we? But yeah, he's been fantastic. Guy's a former, I think, the top 5 overall pick. Can play 3-4, can play 4-3, can play 1, can play 3 tech. Can kind of do it all, so to speak. Fantastic player, though, and really coming into his own. I don't think the Giants are going to let him go, though. They got salary cap space to spend, and I think they're going to probably franchise him if everything was all held out on that, Mark. I don't think they're letting that guy go. Tim Jobs says the Steelers finally play a good team and get exposed with the trash team. Boy, you're down on them Steelers, Tim. I'm sorry, man. Have faith. You guys have got 2 losses. You still got a really dangerous team. I don't know. I think you're being tough on it. The AFC, I think, is a little bit better than the NFC this year. It's a little bit more of a minefield. I don't know. Tim says, so by the way, the Bills are the best team in the NFC. They don't need a star head. Enjoy watching the Bills in January. It'd be interesting to watch them in the Super Bowl again, man. And I think they're going to make noise. They got the type of team, don't they, Tim, that can win in the Super Bowl, right? They're a cold weather team. They got a quarterback with the arm strength to throw it anywhere. He's wild. He's good enough to be to get it just on in a certain game and get hot at a certain moment. And he's really coming along as a player. Mistaken Ducks, thoughts on Washington? I think Washington's front 4 is legit, and they've taken that San Francisco 49er model of building from the front 4 from the inside out on the defensive side of the ball, and they're seeing the benefits of it this year. Obviously, they don't have a winning record. They might win that division with a losing record, but they're improving off of what they were last year. Rivera appears to be the right coach for them in that situation, and they're going to be dangerous against us. We've seen teams that can rush us and get after the quarterback give us problems. The one thing I might say is that Russell's had some success against Rivera's defenses in the past, that Rivera's a defensive-minded coach. The key, and I've maintained throughout the stream, and I'll still maintain it, I think, Mistaken Duck, is that we've got to continue to embrace this short passing game and get the ball out of Russ's hands so that the pressure can't get there. I mean, that's really the key. Get it out of the hands, attack some of the zone coverage that you're going to be able to attack, I think, with Washington to a degree, and see what happens. See if you can continue this momentum that you built off of this game using that attack. If they do that, they win the game. If they leave the short passing game alone and keep falling in love with the deep shots, as we've seen them do in certain games at times this year, it's probably going to be a loss. And there's probably going to be some more ugly interceptions and fumbles when Russ gets blindsided. So it's really, to me, the real key of the game. It really will. It becomes clearer and clearer every week we watch this team play when they run away from that short passing game versus when they really do truly embrace it. Tim Jobs says, did I just say the Bills are a surprise team? Laughing out loud, I speak this as an honest Steelers fan when I say the Bills are the best team in the NFL and way better than us. I don't think they're way better than you, Tim. I think that they may be a little bit better than you right now. But I think the Steelers are going to be a tough team come the playoff time. I think you'll be surprised about where your team will be at and what they'll be doing at that time. And I know where they are in the soft schedule and all that. But, like you mentioned us being better than you guys, we played a soft schedule this year too, Mark Hawk, if Chris Clemens does not blow out his knee, we win the Super Bowl that year. Agreed, Mark. What a solid comment, my guy. What a solid comment. I 100% agree. I thought it was a big key because in that 2012 year, it was not the Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill year. This is the year before that. This is rookie year Bruce Irvin. Rookie year Bruce Irvin and Chris Clemens, and you needed both of those two guys as your bookends to be your pass rush. And when you lost Clemens, he was so vital and so consistent. it put you into that Atlanta Falcon game where you just could not create any kind of pressure on Matt Ryan, and he was able to pick you apart, especially on that last drive when he worked his way right up the football field. That would have been a time that Clemens would have pulled the trigger and made it play. David Kimber's got the top 5 being the Chiefs, Bills, Titans, Packers, Hawks. Love it. I could go with that too, David. Randall says Trevor is legitimately an Elway level prospect. I think the fact he chose to play when he could have opted out only fortifies his profile. Agreed. When I assess quarterbacks, I do not put this stamp, this label of the Elway label on many quarterbacks. Andrew Luck's the only guy that I've truly looked at and said, oh yeah, that's it. I didn't do it for Jamarcus Russell, didn't do it for Peyton Manning. Haven't done it for Jared Goff or the recent guys that we've seen come through. Even Carson Wentz. With all those guys you went, there's physical limitations here. But with these guys, there's no physical limitations, and they seem to have the brain too. Moso, did you go ape after this did you go ape while the game? I did. I aped out, Mozo. I just started freaking out and pounding my chest, feeling good. Professor Silver Shrew says, what's our game plan against Washington? I think our defense can handle their offense, but we rely on our running game or attack them with quick and short passes. I've maintained as a general strategy this year, Professor Silver Shrew, that they should flip the pass run rate from what it's been prior, which is 53% run, 47% pass over the last 4 to 5 years. I would prefer that we'd on average pass 53, run 47. Not in this game. This game I drive back to a purified 50-50 process. Run pass rate 50-50 in this game. I want to then embrace the short passing game, embrace up tempo, try to tire out that defense, try to keep them from being able to rotate defenders on the football field. So do those 2 aspects offensively, I think you'll be good. And then on the defensive side of the ball, especially if it's Dwayne Haskins playing with his big arm, do not give up the big play. Play to your schematic designs. Limit the big plays. Do not let them attack you over the top. Make Haskins, this young player, be patient when you know he's not going to want to be patient, when you know he's going to want to show out and take hold of that starter role as he goes into the playoffs. So if you can do those things, I think you win the football game. And I would expect you to be able to run the ball, and I'd expect you to be able to hit him in the short passing game. That's the place where I think there'll be some openings. Nathaniel Park says, what's the biggest trap game left on the schedule? This week, Nathaniel, 10 a.m. game on the road against a team that's, I don't care if they're in first place. This is a lot like the Giants game where it's like, look, it's not a horrific opponent. It's a good opponent. They're coming along, but they don't have a winning record. They play in the worst division in football. You should win this football game. I'm not asking for a blowout, but you should win the football game, and you probably should win it pretty comfortably. So that would be what I would consider a trap game, that this kind of game gives you trouble. Dark Demonoc, Jamal Adams still has not picked off a starting quarterback in the NFL. Maybe not, but there are components to his game, Dark, that are really, really good, far beyond what other safeties in this league bring. Specifically, what he can bring as a pass rusher and also what he does in the run game to stop the run. And our defense, whether you like it or hate it or don't understand it, wants to stop the run first and foremost. So that player has value on this team. And Chase Young is easily the scariest. You're right, David. He's easily the scariest player on that front seven. The guy's a monster. Guy's what a lot of people thought Jadeveon Clowney probably should have been. B. Russ, Gordon is literally coming in late in the season without any practice. I think he will have like a week of practice before he plays. He had 5 games to ramp up last year and didn't. I ain't buying it. I understand, B. Russ. We'll see how it plays out, man. We will see how it plays out. It'll be a very interesting storyline as we go through for the rest of the year. And maybe I'm being hopeful in this above all else. But I've always thought that when you look at Gordon's career, first few years showing out and playing with guys like Brandon Weeden with Cleveland, throwing him passes and absolutely like just putting up silly numbers at the receiver position, absolutely absurd numbers at the receiver position. Then he goes to Tampa Bay with a guy like Tom Brady, who we've even seen this year, struggles to push the ball deep down the football field. He wants little small guys that can attack on little short, shifty routes. And that's not really Josh Gordon's game. I would argue that really Brady's not gotten the most out of Mike Evans this year as well. Similar kind of player in that respect. So now he gets to come with Russell Wilson to a team where that's a pure fit for his skill set, a guy who can take advantage of what he does. Takes a little while to get acclimated, takes a bit to integrate him, But I don't see any reason why you can't still take advantage of some of that talent that I think still does remain. I do know where you're coming from, though. Jeremy Chun says, who would win if they faced off, Seattle or Pittsburgh? Jeremy, I'm a homer. I'm gonna pick Seattle in that scenario. We go back last year. Seattle plays a 10 a.m. game on the road against the Steelers. Now, I know that Ben Roethlisberger got knocked out of that game, but when you look at how Russell attacked that defense on that game, and I know Fitzpatrick wasn't in that game, but Dupree was, and Watt was, and a lot of the other guys were, the defensive pass rush was pretty ferocious for the Steelers in that game. Seattle, though, embraced in that game the short passing attack to take advantage of the pass rush, get the ball out of Russ's hands so he didn't get hit very often. And Seattle was able to win that game pretty relatively comfortably. So I would lean back to Seattle as that matchup. I think we're just a tough matchup for them in that respect. I do still, Tim Jobs, think, though, that Steelers are a pretty good team. Randall says, thoughts on the Browns, Baker, and their shot at the AFC North. I love their running game. Myles Garrett is right there with Aaron Donald as the best defensive lineman. I agree. He is right there with him. Right there with him, an absolute domination. And they have another guy on the other side that makes you honest, in Olivier Vernon, as your bookend tackle on the other side. And even a guy like Sheldon Richardson, who is not what we would hoped he'd been when he was drafted, not what we hoped he was going to be when we gave up, I think, a second-round pick for him. But he's still an upper-level 3-tech defensive tackle in this league, and he can create some havoc in there. They're built to be a playoff team, Randall. They're a lot like the Titans. They'll play defense. They'll run the football. They won't make mistakes. They've embraced this model, and that model wins in the playoffs. It does. With that said, I think that they are not there yet this year, and I don't trust Baker when the game's on the line. I just don't. Professor Silvershoe says, Ugo, Blair, DJ Reed, and Jamal Adams could be our secondary for the future. Don't leave out Marquise Blair, Professor. They're all relatively young. It will be just like the 2012 Legion of Boom if they get better. Yeah, I don't know if DJ Reed's in the same talent level, but you got a young safety, you got a young secondary you're building on. That's for sure. They need to do some work on the outside corner position as we go forward. We need some outside corners. We need to find the next Richard Sherman type guy, not that Hall of Fame guy, but just a upper level corner out there that can play the zone and play it well. The great Drew Deeney. What's up, Drew? How you doing, my guy? Welcome, welcome, welcome. B. Russ says, I could definitely see the Jets getting OBJ to pair with Lawrence, build that offensive line, and find a half-decent running back, and that's an average offense next year easily. Agreed. What if they add another guy in the draft too, B. Russ? They've got a lot of draft capital, so they go out and add another receiver in the draft, bring in OBJ, yeah, get a tight end maybe in there. You know, they've got a guy like Hunter Henry who's going to be out there as a free agent out of the San Diego if you sign him in free agency. You know, just give the guys some targets to build off of in there. But I think they're on the right track. Emmett, thank you for hanging in there. I appreciate it. You have a good night, my guy. Frick Boner says, I miss watching Thomas Rawls. Won't even happen. What even happened to that guy? There's one of these things in there. It's like one of the tales that need not ever be mentioned in Seahawk land. I don't know. I usually know at least a little bit of background info when it comes to a story, but there's something with that kid after the first year that happened where he just wasn't the same afterwards. Now, he suffered a really major injury in that first year, and you could make the argument maybe just never was quite as quick, quite as fast, or maybe he didn't commit himself to the rehab process to bring him back in the same way. But I would probably lean to being that's the answer over anything else, or being a head thing or being a commitment thing. It just being that you break your leg like that, sometimes you just don't come back the same way. Austin Williams, is Russ cooking? No, he's not really cooking. You'd certainly let him throw when he's in the red zone, but they always do that. It was a 50-50 split today. So 50-50 pass run pretty much down the line. Not a little bit more running. Austin Williams thinks the Seahawks got right today. They took a step in the direction to getting right. I wouldn't say they're fully got right, but took a step in the direction to getting right. Wheeler says Atlanta's not trading Matt Ryan. Well, Wheeler, if you're not going to say that Atlanta's not going to trade Matt Ryan, do me just this one favor then for me, my guy. When you look at the Atlanta Falcons next offseason and you notice the fact that they are $25 million over the salary cap as we stand right now, who are they going to release instead? Where are they going to clear that salary cap money? They can't do it with Grady Jarrett. There's too much dead space, dead money. You don't save any money there. So who's the guy they cut free, Wheeler? if not Matt Ryan. Austin Williams says, how about my Cowboys today? Nice job, Cowboys. Although I'd hope, Austin, you'd be open for L's, man. Get a higher draft pick. Professor Silver Shoe says, what's going on with Earl Thomas? I wonder if he would ever play a game again. I don't know. He got blacklisted, man. The league blacklisted him, and as much as it being a front office head coach thing, it was really the players league-wide did it. You know, he was due to go to the Houston Texans, and the Texans had a player meeting, essentially, where they voted on it, and they voted not to bring him aboard. Tim Jobs, a rigged sequence in 2015 to try to stop the Seahawks from becoming the next dynasty to save Tom Brady's career. Seahawks are $73 billion and 0 in my book. I love it, Tim. Nathaniel says, most likely player to hit free agency for the Hawks, not including Shaq or Carson. Shaq or Carson for the Hawks. Most likely player. Solid question. Well, yeah, KJ Wright's going to go. I don't think you're re-signing him. There's not a lot of other free agents you have. You know, Mike Iupati is going to be gone. I think David Moore, I guess, would be my next guy I would put in there. David Moore, but there's not a lot of guys behind those two guys. Roxanne Roll would bring back Cam. So you'd play Cam free safety, and then you'd run Adams at the strong safety. That'd be strong, Roxanne. That'd be strong. Wheeler says, if I could have any active Seahawk back, it would definitely be Frank Clark. I understand. He's a good player. Good player. Nathaniel Park says, for me, it would be Chancellor. Now, you guys understand, if you're bringing back a player, it's got to be if you're bringing back Cam, that means you're moving Jamal Adams off the field because you can't play Jamal Adams at free safety. So I understand you want to bring back Cam, but even with Kenny I thought played a little bit of sometimes some strong safety position himself. I don't know. I go for more of what the hole is on the team currently, and I feel that. Seems like a lot of people are loving the Cam. Randall says, I like that DK pushes the limit a bit. The celebration, barking defensive backs. Yeah, it's been said you can't have a bunch of Boy Scouts on the football field. You need a few dogs. You need a few guys that are willing to get a little dirty. That's how it works. It's an assemblage, you know, and we need more dogs on this football field. It's been missed in the last couple of years. Bam Bam would be awesome, says Jeff, but of course that ship has sailed. Sucks when an injury ends a guy's career. It does indeed. Tim Jobs says Russell Wilson is the GOAT, and he's the father I never had. If I ever met him, I wouldn't have to be a Steelers and 49ers fan when we are frauds. Everyone knows Russ is the GOAT, my father figure. Voodoo Magic says, yeah, I was going to say the boss for my player. Add a middle linebacker to this team, Voodoo. Chef Curry says, I'm going to say this right now. Next week, we got to see the real test. The Skins are a team to prove. I agree, Chef. Much bigger test. It's going to tell us a lot more further next week about what team we see and what kind of game we see. Nathaniel says it does cause Chancellor was, in my opinion, the best safety the Seahawks ever had. Sorry, Nathaniel. No, this is a little bit of the fact you didn't get to see him play, but you got to go back and watch Kenny. You can't go watch Kenny Easley's stats. Kenny Easley's the best safety that's played. Kenny Easley is by far the best safety that's ever played for the Seahawks. Austin Williams, Russ threw 4 touchdowns. Was that because it was Jets defense? Yes. Yeah. Russ threw some good passes. They're great throws on those throws, and he made smart decisions, and they weren't just gimme throws. But, the Jets don't have a good defense. Chef Curry, Griffin is playing really damn good. I knew we were going to somebody tell me that the Chef Curry, buddy, he had 2 pass interference penalties today that should have gone against him and would have assembled about 60, 70 yards of penalty yardage on those 2 plays alone, not to mention maybe have allowed the Jets to stay in the football game, then proceeded to dance on all over the place like he had just won the world. I don't agree, man. I don't think Griffin played very good at all, and I'm still really down on him. Those plays should have been pass interference, Chef Curry. He didn't turn back for the ball. He made contact with the receiver before the ball got there. 2 different occasions on 2 deep balls. And again, when you mention Curry, you go get Griffin. Griffin shut down Perryman and Crowder and Golden Tate and Greg Ward and Fulgham. You didn't even spell Fulgham right. I mean, when we're talking those names, that's not exactly a who's who of wide receivers he's shutting down, is it? It's not exactly DeAndre Hopkins and Mike Evans and, and I think, in my opinion, when you look at Golden Tate, when you look at Jamison Crowder, that's on Ugo. Ugo's the one who shut them down. Those guys are playing in the slot. They're not playing on the outside. Tim Jobs is still hating on his own Steelers. We'll see, Tim. We'll see. Austin Williams says, looks like it's going to be a trip to Green Bay. It could. It's going to be hard to win there, Austin. We've seen a lot of playoff runs in the last 20 years of Seattle going into Lambeau, and it does not end out very well for us. Jeff Curry says, bring Earl back. Maybe next season, maybe next offseason. John Robertson says, I wouldn't sign Sherm again. Let's focus on what we have now along with the potential draft picks. I'm okay with that, Josh Robertson. The only issue is he only got 3 draft picks in the next draft. So some of these positions you're going to have to probably fill out in free agency. Randall says, I want to see Miami play Buffalo in the playoffs. Nice. Gavin, Seahawks and Steelers have both looked like pretenders at times and elite at other times. True. Chef Curry says Poona Ford is the most likely player to hit free agency. I think KJ retires. Unfortunately, Poona's not the most likely. I'm sorry, we disagree here on a couple things, Chef Curry. But the thing with Poona Ford is that because you're in the position you are with him, he's not a complete street free agency. You can still put the restricted free agent tag on him. So if you want to stick a second round tag on Poona, you can do that, and that's what I would expect the Seahawks to do if they don't sign him to an extension. So we'll see. Wheeler says, what do you think the odds of the Packers losing to the Bears, the Saints losing to KC, and the Hawks winning out are? Seven percent chance. Chef Curry says, move Jamal to OLB and Cam at strong safety and Earl at free safety. Okay. And move Dunbar to slot. Richard is... Ugo's been playing great slot, Jeff Curry. Why do you want to move? Ugo was our best defensive player on the football field today. And you're going to move him out of the slot for Dunbar, who can't even get on the football field? Nathaniel Poona, I think we bring back. KJ retires, Shaq and Carson go, and DJ Reed is back on a 1-year deal. Agreed, Nathaniel. Agreed. Flag Sabbath, how you doing? Welcome on in, Flag. Randall, will I be down for an M's channel? I'm going to try and play fantasy baseball this year, but we should start to see the future in 2021. Yeah, it's a good time to do it because I think finally the Mariners are going to start to turn around a little bit here, and they're getting things right from an organizational standpoint, which has been one of the reasons I've been a little down on them. Tim Jobs says the Steelers should pick up Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown is like a father to me along with Russ. Chef Curry says the best safety that has ever played for the Seahawks is Earl Thomas. He has played like a goat for the Seahawks. Chef Curry, man, we just kind of disagree, I think, down the line. I think some of this is that you have young fans that didn't get to see the players in the 80s play, so they just sort of ignore those players. Go look at the career stats for Kenny Easley and Earl Thomas. Kenny Easley, I think, has like twice the number of interceptions, twice the number of interceptions that Earl Thomas had. Not to mention he played on some outstanding defenses. Not to mention he was one of the most dominant players in the NFL when he played. Earl had a great career. Earl's borderline Hall of Famer. Kenny Easley is a Hall of Famer. Randall McDaniel says, is Jay Reed as good, not as good, or about the same as Sheldon? Oh, Sheldon Richardson. I say they're about the same. Yeah, I think they're about the same. I think they're very similar players when it's all said and done. Absolutely. Tim Jobs says Sherman's already signed the contract. He's staying in San Francisco. He just mentioned this last week on the media, Tim. He just had an interview he gave where he said it's likely that he's going to be leaving this offseason. He does not have a new contract right now. He's due to be a free agent. Professor Silver Shoe says, when I compare Kenny Easley and Earl Thomas statistics, Kenny had a better career overall. That's all I know because I wasn't old enough to ever see Kenny play. Kenny Easley had a 2-year period where he had 16 interceptions in a 2-year period. 16 interceptions. He had 1 year he had 10 interceptions. Seahawks fans sell Kenny Easley so far short in his career, so far short. The guy was a phenomenal football player. And just because you didn't get a chance to see him, and just because he came before your time, does not excuse you as a Seahawks fan for not being educated on understanding how good a player he was. You can read up on a lot of the stories on him. You can see a lot of the film on him. You know, I didn't get a chance to see Babe Ruth play game in and game out. I can look at a highlight of him hitting a ball, but I can't tell what is what from what. You can watch and see how Kenny Easley impacted football games. Admits lighting. How's your day? My day is great. How's your day? Doing well. Austin Williams says, the Hawks Nest, what is the Seahawks' biggest strength? It's a bit of a misnomer that they don't have necessarily a biggest strength. Probably with Josh Gordon coming back, Austin Williams, the wide receiver room is probably the deepest strength on the team right now, is the deepest positional group, or the linebacker crew. One of the two of those. I'll probably lean towards receiver, though. Danny McCormick, hope I didn't hit that. Danny McCormick says, Tim Jobs, don't say that so quick. Lois Sherman can literally go anywhere. He might even go to LA to be close to Compton, just saying. It's possible. They do a little more man-on-man stuff with LA, so I don't think he'll be as much a scheme fit for them, unless he's looking at going to the Chargers, who do right now currently play the Seahawks defense. So he could with Gus Bradley there. But it looks like that coach is about to get fired with the Chargers, so Bradley will probably be out as well. Pull the shooter. Who wins Washington versus Seahawks? I'm taking the Seahawks by 3. Professor Silver Shoe says, imagine Sherman goes to the Cardinals and Rams. He will not go to either of those two teams, folks. Both of those two teams play man-on-man coverage schemes. Sherman, who has lost a step at this point in time in his career, is not going to play in a man-on-man scheme because he would be burnt toast, snap after snap after snap. Flag Sabbath says, damn, man, you're pretty caught up on questions. I am. I'm getting ready to wrap it up here as we get into almost 4 hours. I'm at my mode. So let's wrap this up. Let's get the last of our questions in. It's been a fantastic show. And please, if you are in here new, smash that like button and subscribe button and the notification bell and all that stuff. It helps the channel grow immensely. We're on our rise. We're doing really well. We set a record last week. We had 13,000 views when the show was done. Fantastic job. You guys continue to help. As well, please tell people about the channel. You got fans who are Seahawks fans, you know family of the Seahawks fans, tell them to subscribe, tell them to like. That's how we're going to continue to grow and get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Gavin Foltz says we need to address our O-line. I think all we really do to address on our O-line is going to be our left tackle and our left guard position. I feel really good about our center, right guard, and right tackle as we move forward. I really do. So I think a little bit of work needs to be done on that side of the ball, but it doesn't need to be as delved into as deeply as we needed to prior. Chef Curry says, please sign Carson. I hope we get him for $7 million a year. Low-key, a shame, but he's an impact player, just can't stay healthy. I love Ken Easley, but I love Earl. I have a soft spot for him. I can't argue with it. Some people like peanut butter. Some people like jelly. Some people like, we all have our loves, Chef. So I don't bemoan you that. I understand him. Let's face it. I mean, Earl is an amazing player. So I can't knock him for that. He is that for sure. Danny McCork says, also, I think KJ signs a 1-year deal. We cut Jaron Reed, re-sign Puna, go get a corner and a premier pass rusher. Offense stays the same without Carson. I don't care if we re-sign him or not. Agreed on the last point, Danny. As I think somebody just mentioned right below you there. Flag Sabbath mentions down there, you actually would be able to trade Jaron Reed. You may not get a lot for him. You may only get a 4th or 5th round pick for him, but you would get something like that for him as far as trade goes. He's going to end out the season with 5, 6, 7 sacks on the year, and his reputation will be pretty well decent for that kind of value if you wanted to go that route. Maybe KJ comes back on a 1-year deal. The 1 year with the maybe. I still tend to lean towards Danny. He's probably going to retire after this year. He's getting really long in the tooth. But it's worked him being moved out to Sam. Moved off Wills to Sam on early downs has worked out really, really well. Caleb Baum, thank you for subscribing, man. Appreciate you. I appreciate you big time. Tim Jobs says the 49ers are a disgrace and we need to bring back Joe Montana and Rice. I don't think you guys are a disgrace. Solid team. Flag Sabbath, cap may be 190, not 175. It's a possible Flag Sabbath. The only problem at play with that I see when I make this prediction is that it's been estimated that the NFL is going to lose 30% of its revenue this year with no people coming in the stadium. And now it does certainly look like no one's really going to come in the stadium outside of a handful of smattering of crowds here and there. That being the case, if it's a 30% loss, you'd expect it to be closer to that 175 million than you would to the 190 million, especially when you factor in Flag Sabbath, that the whole thing everybody was trying to say was that, okay, you won't have fans in the stadiums, but the ratings will be higher than they've ever been in NFL history, when in actuality, ratings have actually gone down by a little bit, just slightly. So these factors to me would lead me to believe that you'll probably actually see a pretty heavy depression of the salary cap as we move into next year. Austin says, what is the biggest weakness for the Seahawks offense? What is the biggest weakness for the Seahawks offense? The biggest weakness for the Seahawks offense right now is, well, it's scheme. It's not really players. It's scheme, Austin. It's embracing the way to appropriately attack defenses when they take away your deep ball, and you adjusting to that. And Seattle's really shown some hesitancy to be able to adjust when teams take away the deep ball at times. They did today. Hopefully they can continue to do so. And if they continue to do so, the sky's the limit on this team and its potential. But if they fall back into those trappings of getting hard-headed and stubborn, it's going to limit where you can go this year. So it's really not talent-based. They've got the talent. They're healthy. They've got the dogs to do it. But do they have the coaching to do it? Do the schematics to do it? Do they have the game plans to do it? I don't know on that. I don't know. Chef Curry says, and Kenny Easley has 2 more interceptions than Earl, but Earl never had 16 picks in 2 years, though, but he has more longevity than Easley, so that may be why Earl only has 2 less than Easley. And it does come down a little bit to me on this, Chef. Easley got into the Hall of Fame. I think Earl's going to be a borderline Hall of Famer. They're very close maybe in value as players, but I think Easley's a little bit better. And as Roxanne mentions, Ken Easley was the Defensive Player of the Year, Chef Curry, and there was no point in time that Earl Thomas was ever even in top 5 mention as a Defensive Player of the Year candidate. Nathaniel Parks, any chance we bring back Cortez Kennedy this offseason? It's 50-50, Nathaniel. It's 50-50. They're trying to raise the dead on that one, and you never know when it comes to that. We've all seen Frankenstein. Flagstaff says Tez is nowhere near playing late. He's going to have to work himself into shape, but if Snacks can work himself into shape, Flag, then Tez can work himself into shape. And right now he's got that skeletal structure going, I don't think he's going to, I think he's going to be a lot leaner than we might think. Randall says, when the deal was announced, were you more excited for Percy or Jimmy? I probably was more excited about Jimmy because he was a better player at the peak, but the 2013 offseason was such an optimistic time. I was probably a little bit more excited for Percy because I thought the Jimmy thing was so reactive to the Super Bowl, and that you didn't have a red zone threat, which caused you to run the rub route play, which caused the interception at the end of the Super Bowl. And so there was a little bit of reactionary movement to the grabbing Jimmy Graham, whereas Percy was, here's this asset out here where the Vikings don't want to pay for him, but he's this amazing player unlike anything else in the NFL, and we don't have anything like this on our team, and it would be the perfect little piece to implement in, and should have from afar and how you put this thing together, it should have worked. It should have been a perfect piece to implement in. It just didn't. But a little more for Percy. I know why you would be for Jimmy, though. Professor Silver Shrew says, show some more love for old man Hasselbeck. Old Matt Hasselbeck. He's the first Seahawks quarterback I've seen on film and holds a special place in my heart. Matt's definitely a bit better than, he was a pretty good quarterback. Matt Hasselbeck, though, was to me, Professor Shrew, Matt Hasselbeck was a little bit like Kirk Cousins. They were pretty much the same kind of quarterback. Just about exactly the same kind of quarterback. Jose, you have a good night. Thanks for being hopping in here. Hung in there for a while, my man. Appreciate it. Ryan Hurd says Tedrick Thompson's the best safety in Seahawks history. I forgot about Tedrick. Oh, how could I forget? You're right. What was I thinking? Randall McDaniel says, is it illegal hands on the D to bail out 3rd and long, not the worst penalty in football? Oh, it is. Yeah, the illegal hands, 5 yards and an instant first down, because it's very arbitrary when they call it. I was watching in this game a ton of times where you're seeing cornerbacks on both sides of the ball, both the Seahawks and the Jets were doing it, hitting players down the football field way past the 5 yards, but then no foul gets called, like on the DK Metcalf interception where he's running to go get the ball, the cornerback runs into him and then gets the interception, and there's no call, but then they'll call it at other times. It's one of those ones where if there's a fix-in on a game, that's where you would be able to do the fix-in it for that particular penalty. Tim Jobs says, how do I feel about the MVP race? Hard for me not to lean into the direction of Henry a little bit, Tim, and what he does for that football team there and where he's going to end out, I think, yardage-wise. I might put him there. But with that said, too, Aaron Rodgers, I think, is probably taking the number 1 lead here after Mahomes struggled today. So probably Rodgers, but then Henry's my number 2 right now. Randall says, Browns best Baltimore tomorrow. They'll be 1 game back of Pitt. Steelers play Indy before Week 17 showdown, which I think is in Cleveland. It'd be amazing for Cleveland to turn around this year and come back and win that division. A really tough division right now in football. That'd be amazing. I don't see it happening, but it'd be amazing. Professor Silvershoe, I do thank my father for introducing me to the Seahawks. He's been a fan since the 1980s when he immigrated to Seattle. Well, I'm glad he showed. I'm glad he introduced it too. That's what every father should do in Seattle. It's a proud moment, like showing your son to shave. You show him his first Seahawks game and explain to him what being a 12th man is. Chef Curry says, Bobby Wagner for Defensive Player of the Year, please. Probably not going to happen because the NFL is an Aaron Donald homer. Well, Aaron Donald's earned it this year, and I mean he's absolutely wrecking games at times still single-handedly, which I don't know that Bobby Wagner's ever single-handedly wrecking games on his own. Maybe one game, like the Cowboy game, I think he had a couple of sacks in where you could maybe point to that one. But aside from that, he's just been one of the better linebackers in the league this year, if not the best linebacker in the league, which is still not a far drop-off to call him that. Nathaniel Park says, if KJ retires, will Brooks fill his spot? Well, Brooks is already filling his spot on early downs, Nathaniel. So in the 4-3 base defense right now, KJ is over on the Sam linebacker role, filling in for Bruce Irvin, and you have Brooks playing the will. Then when they go to nickel, 2 linebackers on the field, then Brooks comes out of the field, Ugo comes on, and then you see KJ slide over the will at that point. So they already kind of are anyway, a little bit. So yes, to answer your question. Randall McDaniel says, Eugene Robinson, in some ways, not far off of Earl. Not at all. Very similar statistically. In fact, Eugene Robinson probably has more interceptions in his career than Earl Thomas does. And Eugene Robinson was a fantastic player. Just happened to play on a team that was not good at that time. You know, it's not his fault. He had a lot of what happened with Tez happened with Eugene Robinson. Thank you, Roxanne. You have a good one. And I think we are going to, on that note, wrap it up. Let me get Daniel W. Regardless if you like Earl Thomas or not, it is surprising he isn't signed onto a team. ? Seems like the worst characters are signed onto teams. Guys, multiple DUIs, domestic abuse, etc. Also Vic Beasley too. Daniel, I am surprised. I am. There's teams out there that need free safety help. There's playoff teams out there that probably need free safety help. There probably hasn't been a team that has had a major free safety injury to really open the door for it. But it has been surprising, and maybe there's more at play here. Maybe Earl only wants to sign for certain teams. Houston's been the only team that we've heard about. He's from Houston. We know he's wanted to play for years with Dallas. So maybe he's restricting some of his own market in that respect. But it has been odd to watch for the reasons you said. There's been so many other players that have been not blackballed for doing so much more, and they keep getting so many opportunities, and yet Earl can't even get another team to jump out there. He played good last year overall, I thought, in the new defense on a new scheme, for first-time scheme for him. Kind of strange, but it does seem like, as we're looking at it, that we've maybe seen the last of potentially Earl Thomas on a football field. Randall says, if Eugene didn't get the prostitute before the Super Bowl, he might be in the Hall of Fame. He has 50 career picks or something. Yeah, crazy amount of interceptions in his career. Crazy. All right. We have reached the end of the road, my friends, folks, and all. Thank you for hanging on in here. Another absolutely successful, awesome stream. My mods were awesome, and all the new people in chat. Really loving the other teams' fans coming in the chat. Yeah, just awesome energy you guys bring. You bring some new subjects to talk about. Love talking about other teams and what they're doing. It's always fun. Big win today. It's what we need to do. We need to take care of business. There's still a lot more work to be done. Seattle's not out of this. Seattle's not the lead dog on this. We're dancing in this. You know, we're dancing. They can stack the last of these couple games together here, bring this thing together at the end. You're really going to put yourself in a position to maybe get that momentum to go through. It's going to be an uphill battle. You're going to probably have to go on the road to get to the Super Bowl, but other teams have done it. You've got the talent to do it. You got the ability to do it. It's just got to come together. And it's starting to come together on the defensive side of the ball. Can it come together now on the offensive side of the ball at the same time? Always the special teams has been kicking butt throughout the whole year. They don't have to do anything differently. We just need all of it to come together for us to get the maximum amount out of this football team. There's a lot of reason to believe that can happen. We're getting Rashad Penny back. We're getting Josh Gordon back. Reinforcements are coming. So feel good, Seahawks fans. Things should be good. Please smash that like button if you're watching this on record or you're watching it right now and you haven't hit it yet, though I know you guys all have already hit that like button. Mike Arnold says, Jimmy Graham was one of the worst blockers to ever play tight end. He should have just been a wide receiver instead. His poor blocking hurts the running game. Agreed, Mike, and it was part of the problem with him and the issue and concern I had when Seattle traded for him, which is that you have to use him appropriately. And Seattle loved their inline tight end, their traditional Zach Miller type tight end. So bringing in a guy like Jimmy Graham, you had to align him out like a slot receiver at times, and Seattle did not show enough of a willingness to do that early on when they brought him over there. They tried to jam a circle peg into a round hole or a square peg into a round hole, and it just didn't work for that reason. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for liking, subscribing, commenting. All my moderators, D-Boy and the like, Jose, Randall. Randall, thank you for that donation. You guys are tremendous and awesome, but you always bring it every week. I could never ask for anything more. Don't you guys ever forget, never forget.